Oh my goodness, hello everybody. My name is Travis. For those who don't know me, my name is Super Trav, Travis. There's a lot of words. Call me whatever you want. Be nice though. I'm extremely sensitive. It's like you see my skin. It looks thick. It's paper thin. Let's be real. But welcome. This is TravTalks. I'm really excited to have another episode of TravTalks. I actually have the entire month of October booked, and I'm excited about that. You absolutely can call me fabulous, Aaron. What up, Scuba? One of a kind. Good to see you. We got that shout out to EyesOnBee, who is our guest. Yes. Don't call her zombie or eyes or on. I swear to God. Dairy Farmer, what up? Good to see you all. What TravTalks is this. I'm gonna put it right there in the chat. Bam. And also, if we're ignoring you in the chat, I promise we're not actually ignoring you. It's not real. Don't think about it. No. We are reading. We are reading, and if something comes up in the chat that we feel as though is important to address right there and then, there is also a Q&A at the end. Usually is what we do. But B has also informed me that we might have to get a little loosey-goosey with it, depending on baby is the real answer. So, if y'all are ready, let's give a nice little welcome to our very favorite B. Hello.
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 It's weird because I can't see you on Discord, but I have you like up on my other screen, but it's delayed, so it's like a little weird. But hello.
It's a little weird, yeah. Like if I could figure out how to get the camera on Discord at the same time as having the camera on my stream, I would love to do that. But I don't think cameras can do more than one thing.
No, that's why I use Zoom. It's the only reason I do. And then there's Guest Star, which I think
I haven't used it yet. Have you?
Oh no, I haven't. But I think it just became available to me like last week, so you guys should be getting it soon. I think is what they said.
Oh, I have it.
Oh, you do?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's right there at the bottom.
I don't know how it works.
Me neither. I'm just so curious.
It's okay. Sness is asking because it is very blue.
It's extremely blue.
I don't know. It's like purple, blue. I don't know. It's fine.
I think I think it really stands against the yellow very well. You know.
Yeah.
It's a good compliment to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't know how often you do any sort of interviews or anything like that. I don't know if you've watched any of the TravTalks episodes or anything like that. What are you expecting here?
No, I watched when Ninbao was on, actually. So I have a pretty
Ninbao's a homie.
Yeah, so I have a pretty good idea of what to expect and everything like that. I've done a lot of interview-ish type stuff recently.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it being like just about Final Fantasy though. So
okay.
and other than that, it's like usually just me and Elle. We've been doing our podcast. We haven't in a while because we're both really bad at being consistent at anything. So that's that's all my experiences really.
Okay. Well, we definitely can talk about Final Fantasy if you'd like. I have my little kind of list that I kind of go off of here.
Oh, that's fine.
But at the same time, I kind of read them and then I'm like, well, that's not really relevant to what we're talking about. So let's get it, forget it. Forget it. Not important, But so I was actually thinking of I had quite a few questions because I was thinking I do know about all my guests and I kind of follow them. I obviously follow them and try and keep up with everything. So I would kind of lurk or kind of listen to you, and then I scrolled through your TikTok today and did all the things. But something that kept coming up with for at least in my head was balance. I can only imagine the amount of somehow you created this balance in your world. And I was thinking to myself, wow, like full-time parenting, full-time content creation, correct?
Yes.
And I also know that wasn't originally the plan.
No.
So
I
okay,
just
sorry,
got laid off.
Yeah.
I just got laid off, so this is like temporary. I don't want to be a full-time content creator. So
okay.
We'll put a pin on that.
What what were you doing before, if you don't mind me asking?
So I worked in hospital supply chain. It was just a very like basic job where, you know, I work from home. Since the pandemic, essentially, I started working from home. It allowed me to work on one screen and have Twitch up on the other. And it was just a really, really comfy existence. Aside from a boss that just like literally didn't understand or was always suspicious. Oh my goodness, we have a child making an appearance.
Well, hello.
Hi. What's going on, honey?
What a perfect example of attempting to balance and doing many, many things.
Okay. She just wanted to say hi.
Well, hey.
She just has to go to bed. Honey, you have to go to bed.
At school, right?
Yeah, well. Yeah, go ahead. You can get some in that box right there. That box. She's gonna wake up her sister. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna predict it.
Okay. Good prediction. Good prediction.
Yeah. Yes. But go ahead. Go. I cannot. Dada can do it.
We can definitely, you know.
Okay. Goodbye. I love you. She just wanted a snack. It's fine.
Right.
Okay.
Right. It's a good time for a snack, really.
It is. Actually, I need water.
So you were working just kind of classic kind of office job, normal kind of thing, and then layoff.
Yeah, so I was about to return at the end of June. I had my youngest the first day of March. I had a little bit of an extended medical leave just because of postpartum depression. It's a very normal part
Absolutely.
of parenting. And my doctor and my OB, they both pardoned me legally to be extended. And unfortunately, I feel like because I wasn't there, I wasn't present, I was the one who was cut off because they were like, oh, well, we need to like cut a job for financial purposes. And so I feel like I was out of sight, out of mind. It was easy to cut me.
Yeah.
And so then I just took the remainder of the time until August, which was my last day, to do state leave and stuff like that too.
Got you. Okay.
And I thought, hey, maybe I'd have enough time to find work, but it's a tough market, and I've taken this time also to just stream as much as I could. And I've been having fun with it, but I need consistency in my life, and I think when you have kids, doing content creation is just not consistent enough. It's just not. It's a good like bridge to get from point A to point B, but it's not. Every month is different.
Right.
People come and go, and it's not a healthy place to have your mind when you're like streaming for money. And that's not what I'm doing. I just have to say, I just never want that to be what it is for me. I want this to be like my break, essentially, from parenting and work and life. Like I think this is like my healthy me time.
Yeah, and it just so happens that you happen to make money while you're doing it. So it's not like we're upset about that part, but it's more like this wasn't the plan. Like
No.
it wasn't the idea.
I'm so glad I have it though.
Right.
Like it's really like, and I know this is what happened to a lot of people with the pandemic where so many more people found the platform because they got laid off and they came to Twitch and they made a thing happen. And I think that like I said this before, it's like a really good way to like bridge a point in time to be filled. And actually there's really good ways you can like apply that to your resume and everything like that too. Like this is a job.
Oh, no doubt.
I know people get really like weird about that. They're like, no, it's a glorified hobby. And I'm like, no, it's a lot of work. Like there's a lot.
There's a ton of work that can be involved in it. Yeah. Yeah. And I know like, I know that there's a lot of different creators out there that I've met that started like March of 2020, basically, like, and was just like, we're just gonna try it. And for some, it led to like a ton of success, and it's awesome, and I'm extremely happy for them. And others, it's led to like, it was a good hobby, Phil, but now that the world is like trying to get back to normal, although I'm putting normal in like the biggest quotation marks ever. You'll see it in a second on your screen.
I see it.
And because I don't think we'll ever get back to like that normal paradigm. I think we're far beyond that at this point.
No, I agree. And I saw a lot of that this weekend with streamer Twitter on just because of TwitchCon. A lot of people passing judgment on people trying to like kind of get back into the norm, but also like it's a hard place to be where you want to try carrying on your life a little bit, but you also still have to be careful and cautious and and I'm glad. The thing that I have observed is a lot of people are a lot more aware of how to be cautious, but there's still a lot of people who are completely oblivious. So I feel like a good portion of people before 2020 were very oblivious. Now there's at least a little bit more people who are like aware of their surroundings, aware of what they feel, or how their physical, like if you're sick, that might affect someone else in some kind of way. And I think that's a good thing. But
yeah, and if nothing else, like at least I hope people are washing their hands more, like bare minimum.
Yes.
Like that was like, I was like, oh, we're like running out of soap faster.
Even wearing a mask, like I don't hate wearing a mask. I don't get why anybody's bothered by it. It's kind of nice to like have that moment of being anonymous, like
there is a little bit of anonymity to it. I don't mind it at all. I think people like didn't find comfortable ones.
I could believe that.
I think that was like a huge thing. Like people like just never found a comfortable mask. I have an extremely like, it fits my face perfectly. It doesn't like hug my lips or anything. It's like cotton, so it's like nice around the ears. I can wear it all day. I don't even think about it. It's great.
I struggle because of glasses, but I found the right one. Because what happens to me is it fogs up if it's not the right one.
Yes.
And that is annoying. I can't deny that, but like,
oh sure,
I had to wear a mask through a decent portion of labor too. Like,
oh, I still have to mask when I'm at the school.
Oh yeah. I believe that. You know what? I was actually asking my 5-year-old started kindergarten, and I was like, does anybody wear a mask? And she was like, yeah, there's a couple of students who do. And then because I brought that up to her, she wanted to wear a mask the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, well, you can wear it whenever you want.
Yeah.
And I was asking, I was like, does anybody like say anything to those kids? Is everybody nice? And she's like, yeah, no, everybody's nice about it.
I think it became at such a certain time in some kids' lives that it became normalized. And kids are so much more accepting of things like that. It might not be super comfortable for all of them, but they're like, yeah, I got to do it. So Oh well,
Yeah.
you know.
Ruby? Okay. I see. What are you doing?
What is
Do
she?
do you know that you're live right now, that people can see you? Oh, she's like, I'm gonna run away.
Okay.
She
Little
just like
camera
passed.
shy.
Yeah, I was like, you're on a camera. She's just like, never mind. Oh wait, nope, she's back.
Oh,
Honey,
I think she wanted to open it.
you want me to open it so you can run away? Well, just keep in mind that when you walk over here, you're gonna be on. You see that? You see that right there? That's you. Yeah.
We have similar hair.
Yeah, she's got really curly hair. It's actually very pretty. Everybody's like, "Wow, so beautiful."
Yeah.
And then they're like, "Where did she get that from?" And I'm like, "Well, my hair is kind of curly, but not quite. It's from me." Please. Like, I have
Please.
wavy hair. But I had curlier hair when I was younger.
Everybody should know it came from you, of course.
Yeah.
So speaking of the whole parenting thing, you mentioned earlier like that kind of bridge between how can you do content creation and be a full-time parent type of thing.
Yes. So for me, for one, it takes Snester Day. He's in chat. That's my husband. It takes a lot of balance between us. I feel like I see this so often. I see people who come into the content creation space and they don't have a partner that understands what is going on. And I know, like, I've seen people get jealous about, like, oh, well, all the attention that you're giving your chat, but it's like, well, you know, like, it's still you, right? Like, actually, so I met my husband on Twitch, and we were both in separate relationships, and we were friends, and my ex at the time was very, very jealous of my friendships that I was making online. And I guess he had every right to be, but at the time there was nothing really going on. Like, my husband and I actually didn't have anything until after my ex was like, why do you always spend so much time with them? It's not fair. And it's balance. It's balance. And then also I don't have a like special schedule. I have really just been doing this when I can. So for a good portion of the summer, I was going live from like 11 p.m. until 7 a.m. Yeah. Because that's what worked for me. That's honestly like, and I felt fine. It was good for me because the baby was waking up, so I would be awake anyways. Right. And then I could sleep when she's at daycare during the day. So it was just like my big brain strat to surviving, because I was actually getting consistent sleep. I would be able to fall asleep and not get interrupted, which is hard. It's hard. That's like the hardest thing about parenting is when you have a very small baby, they're gonna wake you up. Yes. And then after it happens so many times, you start to get upset about it and stuff like that. So I survived, but I always tell people, I'm like, parenting works in seasons, essentially, and every kid's so different. So when I was pregnant with her, I told everyone, I was like, I don't know how this is going to work. I don't know what kind of baby she's going to be. I got very lucky, and Rosie is probably the most laid back child ever. Yeah. I went live 5 days after she was born because I was bored and I missed everyone.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I told everyone it's probably gonna be like 2 weeks to a month before you'll see me, but I was bored. And what I think we did, it was like a Gardic phone. We did Gardic phone.
A classic.
Which was it was just me and the community. It was a lot of fun. Everybody got to like meet her and see her and stuff. And and then from there I kind of did like whenever she was just having a good night, I would be like, okay, it's 7:30. I actually feel up to this. Let's do this. But I
Yeah.
kept myself as Clippy. You know, I can switch over whenever I want.
Hmm.
It's very helpful.
Yes.
I can just be Clippy
Anytime.
and anytime. And it's great. And everybody's understanding. I refer to it as mom stuff because when we got on the call earlier, I told you, oh, I might have to switch to Clippy because I have to pump.
And like, yeah. And it sounds like even the people in chat have said like, yeah, like that's just, everyone's been super cool with that.
Yeah.
And
Everyone's very understanding. And there's been a couple times where I haven't switched to Clippy. I just put something over myself and like just carry on with life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I think for me, it's important to like teach people that, you know, let's not make this more than it needs to be. You don't have to be weird about it. I remember one time I got raided and I was pumping and I had Clippy on and I pushed the wrong button on my stream deck and there was like a glimpse of me pumping and I didn't have anything over it.
Yeah.
But it was like, it was fine. Nobody saw anything. But like, I think it's so important for people to understand, like,
absolutely, yeah.
Parents have hobbies too. Parents still can have fun. It's not the end of your life when you have kids. And I've had a bunch of other streamers kind of thank me for showing them that that's possible. Like you can still do this. I didn't with my first two. I literally fell off the platform. I stopped. But I really actually blame that more on when I worked in the office. I was just burnt out from being in the office all day, being in front of a computer like that, and I couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah. Well, and it's certainly like you mentioned that balance. It's, you know, you go to work for however long and you got to come home, do normal mom stuff, and then to, you know, put on almost entertainer, you know, it's still you, but it's like entertainer you.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a lot sometimes, and I think that's the other reason why I've been encouraging people to use like a PNG tuber sometimes. Just having that camera on you sometimes, I really do feel like can add a little extra stress to things. I don't know if that's just me, but for me, that there's just this like extra amount of like stress of being aware of myself. I used to actually not have any kind of camera for a long time because I just didn't like having it on.
Yeah.
And that was something I wanted to work on about myself, is being more comfortable about my presence. There's a dog. Hello, dog.
You got all sorts of people coming in and out of that office.
Yeah. Yeah. It's normal.
Yeah.
Hi, Luna.
I do think yeah, I have a PNG tuber just like stored off to the side. I haven't had to use them yet. But I am like on like this one, there's going to be one day. It's going to be a day where I'm just like, I don't feel like it. Yeah. I'm not even going to like, I have like a cover for the camera so like no dust happens or anything, and I'm like, I'm just going to keep it covered and hopefully it goes well.
I think people also feel like, because you see everybody, they give their streamer tips, right? And one of the big ones is to stick to a schedule. And I agree with that. I think a schedule is very important. But the thing is like, if you sit down at your desk and you're not feeling like streaming, you shouldn't do it. You really shouldn't. Like, I got home from TwitchCon on Sunday, and we had enough time where I feel like realistically I probably could have gone live, and I wanted to, but I was filled with this like weird just anxiety about it. I couldn't explain it. I was feeling I felt the imposter syndrome and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to hear that a lot of other people have been feeling the same way. I'm not the only one. I tweeted about it, and a lot of people were like, yeah, nope, same. And it's always good to know that I'm not the only one who kind of lives in my head sometimes.
Right.
But that's why since I had a baby, I've been like, there's no schedule. We just roll when we roll. And if the numbers are low, who gives a crap? I don't do this for that. I think people tie their self-worth to what their view count is sometimes.
Right.
And I don't want that to define me or what I'm doing. I'm going to have fun with whoever's there with me when it happens.
When it happens. Yeah. We, Ninbao and I talked a little bit about that. Like, numbers are kind of shoved down your throat a little bit.
They are.
Like, I still get like 3 emails every post stream being like, here's your numbers. And I delete them every time. I'm like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You know?
So I just have those go into a folder and I check them if I want to check them.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy to say I never got those emails from Twitch directly. I only got them from Stream Elements until after I got partnered. Something was broken within the system for me. It wasn't until I got partnered that I got that email. But I mean, still having like the channel analytics and stuff like that, that was new for me when I came back in 2020.
Right.
So I started in 2015. We didn't have any kind of, like, if you were going to get partnered, it was arbitrarily, like, there was no definitive way to know how you were going to get it.
So actually, it's on my list is a little bit of like the history back then, like post Justin TV, but not by much, right?
Yeah, no, it wasn't by much. No, it was I know people kind of like from that period of time refer to it as the good old days, and they you know, and there were some really cool things, but affiliate didn't exist. It did not exist. If you were a small streamer, you were a small streamer, and there was zero discoverability, in my opinion. Twitch's front page literally just had the top streamers, and there was no recommended section. There was none of that. And the only way that you were ever going to grow, it really did feel a lot more like luck. I still think luck has a lot to do with it, because you can work your ass off and like, it'll never pay off. And there are some people who are super, super talented and like put their life into their their content creation, and they still have 5 viewers.
Yes.
I always feel bad for the people who are like, I work my ass off, why is nothing happening? Because it's like, because it doesn't matter all the time. Like, that's just unfortunately the way it works, and I know nobody wants to hear that, but that's kind of the case. But it was more so back then. Like, now we have all of these different things on the side here. It's like recommended channels, my followed channels, Super Trav _ viewers also watch, and like, it's amazing to me. And then even just the shout out system is great. It sucks that hosts went away, but like, I don't think hosts work the way that people thought they did. Hold on now. You already had like 3 gummies. I'm gonna have to have a talk with her.
No, we might have a mom moment. Mom moment live.
What?
To the okay.
No, I can't. You gotta take your blankie. She'll be back because she left her blankie here.
I love this. This is great. Yep, there it is.
No, you have to take it to Dada. He'll open it for you. Well, you shouldn't have any more. I do feel like they don't give enough in these.
No, they don't.
Don't.
There's like,
I'm getting those.
I have snacks in my office. I'm a child therapist, for those who don't know, in chat. And I have snacks in there, and there's like 6 gummies in those max.
This one feels like it has 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This specific brand rips you off, but it was on sale, so now I know why.
Oh no,
but that's
Costco.
That's smart. Is she Ruby? Oh, she walked away.
Yeah, she walked out.
Okay. She's back.
Oh.
She's back. Hey.
These lovely mom moments brought to you by Costco.
Yeah. Hey, no. It's okay.
Yeah, there's our.
This is something that has stopped happening as frequently, but Ruby appearances during my streams used to be very, very common, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't surprise me, but she went with us to TwitchCon, so I think her like schedule is a little bit off too.
Sure,
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little shaken.
Well, now I have gummies for when I want them.
I have all 4 of them.
Yeah. Anyways, sidetrack. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. We were talking a little bit about like the history, because you you got partnered fairly recently, and like 2015. That was like, not to shove numbers down your throat, but that was 7 years ago. Like, you've been doing this a long time.
Yes. So for me, I started I found Twitch in 2014, and I was just kind of hanging out. I was watching various like Final Fantasy speedrunners and stuff like that, and there was a really cool camaraderie. I really just liked hanging out with those people, and I always wanted to play through the Final Fantasies, so I was like, okay, well, I didn't have a job at the time. I was in school.
We're doing them all. Let's do it.
Yeah, and so I sat down, and during the day when I wasn't working on schoolwork, I streamed through the Final Fantasy games. And oh, thank you for that gift sub. I appreciate that.
Thank you, RoboHug.
And it took me about 9 months, but I grew my channel like pretty well. I probably in that first year hit about 1,500 followers.
Okay.
And I don't know. I don't remember what my average is, and I can't even see at this point because things like Twitch Tracker and all that, they didn't exist back then.
No.
Because there was no 75 minimum to get partnered. I actually remember there were people, I feel like it's getting more purple now. So it's weird.
I don't see it, but
I see it because VV's got, that looks, she might have changed the color. She might have touched the chocobo. That's fine.
Okay.
But so I would see people who had like 40 average who would get partnered, and then people who didn't have 200 or had 200 that wouldn't get it. And so there was no real
odd.
It was very odd and very unfair. And so back in the day, streamer Twitter, it still existed, not in the way that it is now.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of just like, make this make sense, kind of like, I don't understand. And there was a lot of demand for like, hey, let's streamline this in a way that there's some kind of way that we know how we can for sure get partnered. It's still arbitrary in some ways, because I had 75 average for like a good 6 or 7 months before I got partnered.
Right.
And a lot of it has to do with raids and all of that stuff. Like it doesn't make sense still, but at least it makes a little bit more, because
I think there's at least like a line to like shoot for, but there's definitely times of like where you look at people and you go, well, they're doing so well, why aren't they partner yet? Or like, what like that person has like were they doing a partner push, and then after a partner push everybody disappears? Like what happened, you know?
And well, the other thing is, and I see this a lot with people who've been around since back then, you'll see people who are partnered who still stream that only have like 30 people watching them. Right. And you'll get that random butthole who's going to come in and go, oh, why do you have a check mark? I never see you with more than X amount of people. And it's like, if you were here like 5-6 years ago, this person had like thousands of viewers. You just, you know, the times have changed, and maybe that's not the energy they want. It doesn't always have to be about that. I don't like, that's the one thing I'll never quite understand, is that obsession with how much you have. And also, the big thing that I've recognized since affiliate came along is that sometimes affiliates make way more than a lot of partners just because people are way more generous, because they have that ability to know more people in their chat.
Mm-hmm.
That parasocial, like, you hit your limit when you get over like 115, I think is what like the technical term is. And I still see streamers out there who claim like they know, oh, I know everyone in my chat. And I'm like, no, you don't.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. Like, I wish I could know everybody in my chat as well. I really do, and I try my best, and that's why I'm glad I have like a slower chat for the most part compared to most. But like, once you hit a certain point, you also have to have your barriers up too. Like, I think even once you get to like 40 average, you gotta have some boundaries that you set with people, because people see you as a growing individual, and then they want to like find a way to use that too, which sucks.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's why you're right. I'm exclusively using you for clout. You knew that though.
No, I can't get anybody clout, honestly.
No, I
can't.
no, and just for those in chat, for all legal purposes, jokes.
Yeah.
So the idea of yeah, like I've definitely seen like and even felt as somebody who in the grand scheme of things is considered a small streamer, right? Like if I were to go into a partner's chat and then I'm like, well, they'll never see this, you know, or there's no way, or, you know, they're not gonna pay attention to me, so it's just brush it off. And I talked a little bit with Ninbao about that too. It's just how that kind of parasocial thing work. Like we've somehow put this like hierarchy,
yeah,
just based on these numbers that are arbitrary.
Yeah, it's very odd to me, because one of the busiest chats, or like one of the largest streamers that I regularly interact with, is Ecdysis, and he's a big speedrunner. Every single time I say something in his chat, he is addressing me, he's asking me how I am. He has thousands of people watching him, and I understand he's a late night streamer, so chat may be not that busy, but like you can't just assume that because I see people write people off once they get partner. They're like, oh, well, it's gonna be too busy over there for me, and I'll never understand that,
Right?
Because it really just depends on the person. I think something that I struggled with for a little while when things were getting busier for me was that being able to like get over the fact that I let a message go. Like sometimes I would watch my VOD and I would see someone said something really funny, like, Derry, I'm sorry, you say stuff all the time that is so funny, and then I miss it and I'm like, oh, I'm such a jerk.
Yeah.
Because I missed it. But like, you can't beat yourself over that, because you also have like however many other messages being thrown at you at a certain time. Like, but I try my best. Like Rare also has a really busy chat, but Rare does it too. Like I have so much respect for being able, like, how people do try and keep up.
And even times when like I don't have my viewer count up anymore because it gave me way too much anxiety. But I have had this, like, I've definitely had that feeling of like, oh, I saw somebody, oh man, like I totally remember them saying this thing and I didn't address it and I should have addressed it, and I'm such, you know, and I know that like I'm not anywhere near the level that you and Rare and other people have been, and I think it's one of those things where we've put ourselves like where there's like that self pressure, like you want to be a good entertainer, streamer, content creator, whatever. You also want to be a good parasocial connection to that person.
Yes. No, and another thing that I've kind of observed is that there is a bigger push now for being a chatty streamer. The chatty hashtag or whatever, the chatty tag has grown, and it's so cool to see. But I do feel like there's some kind of correlation between people who are extra chatty and trying to keep up with their chat and those people who need to take like some time away from the platform sometimes, because I feel like once you put that there and you have the chatty tag, I see it, I see you. Do you ever feel overwhelmed because like you want to keep up with everything? Because I notice it sometimes, and I'm like, I feel the guilt sometimes in missing things, but sometimes like it's so hard to acknowledge everything. It just really is.
Are you asking me right now?
Yeah, or even chat in general. Anybody who
this is my show. You can't ask me questions. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's definitely. I think it's just like I tend to notice that I gravitate toward like much more personally toward like the chat than my gameplay. You know what I mean? Like that's why one of my like more favorite games to play on there is like Fall Guys or something I don't have to pay a ton of attention to.
Yeah.
Or, you know, something that I'm like it's not crazy lore heavy.
No, that makes sense. It's hard for me because I have started to talk more, and I've always been afraid of just chatting, because when just chatting was invented, was when I first had my first child.
Yeah.
And I went in and used just chatting, and was just like folding laundry and holding my newborn baby. And I was like, oh, hey, community, come meet the baby. And I had like 10 different dudes come in and go, when are you gonna breastfeed her? And I was like, I'm never touching this again. This is a hot mess. Like, no thank you. But I'm easing my way back into it because I think a lot of the future of this platform is 100% going to be based on the success of just chatting. I think there's a lot that rides on it. I don't know why. I just feel that. I just feel it very strongly.
What I've found is I used to they don't exist as a channel anymore. There used to be these two girls I used to follow named Broad Discussions, and they did a just chatting channel. They would kind of like basically pick topics out of a hat, very podcast style, just them two. But they had some of the grossest messages I have ever seen in a chat, because it was just two girls on screen, and you look at it and you go, what the fire truck is wrong with these people, man? Like,
yep.
I don't get it. And I know people who like plenty of mods out there who are just like, yeah, it's one of the things when you get the sword for somebody, you have to look out for those messages, and specifically more often, unfortunately, with women. Yeah.
No, it is. And I see it with other people too. I'm trying to ease into it because I do think it's become slightly more friendly compared to when I tried it 5 years ago when it was new and weird, like rare. I think maybe your mods get everything before I could ever see it, but I feel like, you know, I see you use just chatting, and I love how you're able to do it. And I think that also being chatty is so dependent on what kind of game you're playing too. Like for me, I can just stop and stand in place when I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV, and I can go on tangents for hours. And then I'll never get anything done in the game, but I won't feel bad about it because it's not like a game that like I feel like I'm idling in too much. Where when I'm playing Super Mario Brothers,
Mhm.
or anything that's like super action based. If I'm not doing something, I start to feel anxious about it.
Yeah. And I mean, that's kind of where we come into that entertainer side of ourselves, like, oh, there's nothing happening on screen, we got to
Hmm.
move on. And I've noticed that with my kind of with my own thoughts, as specifically like, because you and I are both late night people generally.
Yeah.
You don't really have a schedule, but I see you go live more often at night. um but I know that like people will throw on my stream and fall asleep. But then I look at chat and I go, oh God, like no one said anything for a few minutes.
That's a big one. That's a huge one for me. So when
Yeah.
I was on like close to partnership, I used to get that comment a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And people would be like, "Oh, it's kind of quiet here. You have like 100 viewers. What's up with that?" And I'm like, "What's up with that? It's midnight. I'm on the
Yeah.
West Coast, so for most people, it's either very early morning or it's late at night.
Yeah.
And a lot of people would pull up their stream or pull up my stream before they went to bed
Mhm.
and leave a lurk.
Yeah.
Like I never, and it's like way to make me feel bad or make me feel like I seem suspicious in some kind of way because people fall asleep to me. Like I
People fall asleep to me
I'm
and I'm screaming the
I'm a
whole time.
mom. I have a very comforting presence. Like
Yeah.
that's what I'm constantly told is like you have a very relaxing, comforting presence. And
Mhm.
so and I've gotten that since day one. There used to be this guy when I first started streaming who'd come in and they'd say hi, good night, and that was it.
Yeah.
He would just fall asleep, and I eventually had to ban him because he got a little weird. But like I like that's always how it's been for me, and I'm not bothered by it at all.
I think yeah, and I think that I I don't remember which episode of TravTalks it was specifically, but we talked about the whole keyboard warriors thing
Mm-hmm.
and how they'll just find a target kind of at random almost, and unfortunately a lot more toward women, but they'll find this way of just being like, how can I like make this how can I make this streamer just feel bad about like what's going down or whatever. Like a long time ago, I remember like I think we were playing Fall Guys, and like we just weren't doing all that well, and this was back when it was Tank Bros, but it's just like we were just doing it and we were just having fun and making jokes or whatever, and they're just like, you're not very good at this, and no one's talking to you about it. And it was like, I don't understand why you decided to like come out of nowhere as this brand new person.
Yeah. Well, and then the other thing that I experience a lot because you do get the people who are like expecting you to be good. And I do feel like there's a lot of judgment on me as a woman
Mm-hmm.
specifically like oh wow, okay. You know how to play this game. Like I started out on the platform heavily being involved in speed runs and speed running
Mm-hmm.
communities. So I used to speed run the game Parasite Eve.
Oh
I
yeah, I
speed
know that one.
ran Final Fantasy 9, and I dabbled in but never got a PB that I saved in Final Fantasy 10 too. And so Parasite Eve is like my bread and butter. I can literally sit down, play that game, never save once in one sitting. Like I don't have a problem with it. I do it every Christmas. It's a tradition and I love it. I did it last year when I was pregnant. I was very pregnant
A
and
lovely tradition.
yeah, and so like I get people who are either like, "Wow, you know how to play this?" I'm like, "Bro, I've been playing this game since it came out.
Mm-hmm.
What like why is that so unbelievable?" Or they try and backseat me. That's the other one. And I'm like, I'm the wrong person to backseat on this
Oh
game
my
because I
gosh.
know this game too well.
Mm-hmm.
Or the other alternative is that they try, or they'll be like, oh my God, can you marry me? You know this game. You're so good at this. I'm like, why can't you just sit down and shut up and like enjoy it? Like, if you like this game, why do you have to like tie it to who I am? Why can't it just be about the game sometimes? Like, I don't get that. It's so weird to me.
There's definitely this like weird like dichotomy of thought almost, because there's this thought, oh, women have it easier on Twitch and content creation, and then but they also get the brunt of all this awful, horrible things. Some are more benign than others, of course, right? Like it's like, oh, you know, Parasite Eve, marry me. You're like, shut up, you know. That's easy to kind of brush off versus somebody who comes in and is just like backseating, like you literally probably have like speed run in your title. You know,
I always I don't say speed run because I don't consider it one now. I haven't technically speed ran it in a while.
Okay,
I just say like challenge run.
Challenge run. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, because there's no timer. I don't like, if it fails, it fails. But I don't think it has. I think I have survived every time I've attempted it. So
yeah. Well, you're still here. You're clearly doing fine. You're still right here.
Yeah, no, that's true. and Rare said I also don't like when people say women have it easier, because like, sure, yeah, maybe there are certain things that are easier, but like you could say the same about men, and the top people on this platform, or the top content creators on most platforms, are men. Like,
yeah, we looked it up on stream once to prove a point to somebody who was like, women have it easier. We like looked it up on stream. I was like, I'm gonna show you the top earners on Twitch right now, and it was like the first like 47 of them out of the top, and that didn't include like giant channels like T-Series and, you know, FIFA. You know, we took those out, and it was still like the top like 50 people.
I think Amaranth just hit the top 50 of earners in like the past few months.
Yeah.
So and people always complain about Amaranth, and I'm like, but you know what?
I love her.
Amaranth viewers were never gonna watch you play COD. Let's be realistic. And she does, and I respect her hustle. I just do.
Out of it.
Like the day that she was blowing up the hot tub, I actually was watching this because I followed her, and she normally would have like a decent amount of people, but I watched. I just kind of saw what she was doing, and I was like, what is this?
Yeah.
There's blow up hot tubs? You can do this? This is wild.
Whoa.
And so I remember like I was in my Discord, I was like, Amaranth is blowing up a hot tub right now. I feel like something's about to happen. And then all of a sudden her view count went up to like 16,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
And then the next thing you know, there's a category for hot tubs and, you know, all of that kind of stuff. But like, again, those people weren't stolen from other places.
Oh no.
I don't know if you know about that day. That day she blew up the hot tub and got in it. I think Pornhub was broken in Turkey. So also a sad reality of how this all works is
no.
There's weird, you know, people use this platform for that kind of way. Like, I'll see it because dudes will clip other streamers, like female streamers, saying certain things. Like, I didn't catch on to it until like a year ago, or I had things clipped that I was like, what? Why would you clip that? And then, somebody mentioned it to me. They're like, oh yeah, they clip whenever I say their name. And I was like, okay. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's gross.
It's a very odd thing, and I think again that's where that like dichotomous thinking comes in, where you're like, no, clearly the odds are very stacked against them.
Yeah, and didn't somebody clip Aaron sneezing once too? I think that happened.
That sounds right.
Yeah, I think somebody clipped Aaron's aggressively okay gaming. having a little sneeze once. It was rare. Okay. I wonder what you're using that for. But I mean, like,
I guess it's saved on like a thumb drive.
But I mean, I feel like it doesn't matter what your gender is. I mean, because then you can also talk about people who are non-binary who get misgendered all the time too. Like that was happening.
We were just talking about that.
One of my things at TwitchCon is on the badges they didn't put identifiers.
Nope.
So like before the partner party, somebody had a marker and they're like, here, like let's write these on. I guess later on at the convention they handed out pins, but you had to know where to find that, and I don't know, it should have just been, that should be on the badge, and I hope that that's feedback they take. But either way, there were so many people who were just like outright ignoring what people's pronouns were.
Yeah.
I was supposed to go to a piano bar with Rare and a bunch of people, but they didn't allow children, and the guy outside made a comment to me and Elle as we were waiting out there, and he's like, oh, you guys are streamers, huh? We've had a lot of those. What are those pronouns? She, her? So you're a woman? Well, it seems obvious. And it was just like, there's this like weird tone to it. Yeah, Rare, that happened. It was very weird. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go home for the night because like, okay, I can't bring my baby in, but like, that's a weird attitude. I don't like that. Like,
yeah,
it's 2022. Like, don't be like that.
Yeah. And I found like, I mean, the fact that you have to get a plugin to have like your chat, like you don't, that's not like an automatic thing. You can choose not to display your pronouns, like that's fine. Yeah, that's if you choose not to. But I think it's like for that to I gotta go download a plugin and make sure it works, and it only works sometimes because sometimes you have to like refresh your channel or whatever to like get them to pop up, and like it's not this great system. It should be so easy.
It should.
It could be so easy if somebody figured it out for free on some other website.
I mean, it's the same with things like SariBot and all the other bots that. But these are the things that keep people on Twitch too. You don't have the ability to do this kind of stuff on YouTube when you're live on YouTube, and that's why I think Twitch is going to survive through all of this. I will be honest, after this weekend, my faith in the people of Twitch is strong, but my faith in Twitch as a platform is starting to waver a little. Only because of just they didn't have anything to announce. Like, they didn't have anything to show off. They don't have any they're not showing us any goals or anything like that. And
did I hear it correctly that they threw in a Blizzard ad in the middle of the party?
Keynote.
The keynote? Yeah. I heard that and I thought it was a joke.
No, it's true.
I thought it was I thought somebody was like, oh, leave it to Twitch to throw in an advertisement in the middle of it because there was this whole big stink about the pre-roll ads and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, haha, good one.
No, it's
but that was real.
That was real.
Oh no.
There's a lot that just, it feels like a lot of the people up above don't care that much. But then I also feel like the general public, the general community of Twitch have such high expectations of what Twitch is supposed to do for them. The way I have always looked at it is Twitch is a platform that I am very lucky to have, that I can use to create content for free. There's no cost for me to go live. I'm very, very lucky in that regard.
Yeah.
And this is a platform where I can make money if I want to, right? You can shut that off anytime.
Yeah, you can just be like, I'm not an affiliate anymore.
Right. And there's nothing wrong with like however you choose to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she's doing a little cough. Is she doing okay? Is she awake? No, but I feel very lucky in that regard. I never have been like, what is Twitch gonna do for me? Because I've been an independent contractor in my life, and that's how you kind of have to view this is, okay, I have this platform that I can do whatever I want. I can make my own public access channel,
Mm-hmm.
and I can get people to watch me, but how do I do that? It's not what Twitch is going to do for you, because Twitch isn't going to do shit. You might get lucky and get thrown into that algorithm, but a lot of the ways that
big raids and all sorts of lucky stuff. Yeah, like,
but a lot of that is dependent on the impressions that you make on the general community too. People aren't going to raid you if they think you're an asshole who expects it. Excuse me for saying a bad word, but
it's an 18 plus channel. But the
Yeah.
like, and also like that just I've and I've talked with multiple partners about this, how it's just like, I'm sorry, bro, who's screaming obscenities at COD. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
No.
In the same way, there are partners out there like Tim the Tatman, right? That dude is a networking genius, right? He's figured out how to make this his network, and then he just, plays the popular games, but he also collaborates with the big people. Like, he's a networking guy.
Yeah, no, I think that a lot of people forget that who you are on social media decides a lot, because there are a lot of creators that I've run into that have such a high expectation of other like, oh, you're partnered? Well, why aren't you watching why aren't you watching smaller streamers? I'm like, why are you keeping track of who I watch?
What does that mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I had to pick her up. She wants to be held.
That's okay. The orange contrasts very well.
Yeah, she's got her little Halloween outfit on.
Yeah.
No, I had somebody I got in because of A-Bomb over here. He had commented on somebody who was trying to what do we call it? Engagement farm, right? And it was something like, have you ever had a partner in your chat? And I responded to his retweet of it and explaining how he had an awkward interaction in his chat where somebody was asking if a certain partner had ever been in his chat, and I was like, okay, well, that's why I wouldn't go to somebody's chat, because they already have an expectation of me being there and me checking them out. Like, I'm going to watch someone because, one, I have the time, two, I like what they're doing, I like them. It's not a follow for follow, support for support kind of thing. It really shouldn't be. And I watch people all size. I don't care about the check mark. If you're entertaining, you're entertaining. Or if our time zones align, then our time zones align.
I think that's important too. I'm here in Mountain Time, and I know plenty of streamers that are in Europe and East Coast, and I'm sorry, I can't be on at 2 a.m. to catch your 10 a.m. stream in London. That's just not, it's just not plausible for me.
And it doesn't mean that you don't like or respect that creator either.
No.
There's so many people that my time zone just doesn't align with. Or I'm streaming at the exact same time. Like, you can't expect people to bend over backward to like every single or be there for every single person. Like, everybody tries their best, and I see people who do this, who they will be in 50 different chats at the same time. But what are they contributing to that chat other than being a person that's like, hi, that's it.
Right.
And or, oh, I gotta go now, or exclamation point lurk, those kinds of things. you're not making an impression on people.
No.
And I feel bad sometimes because she'll be in my hands and I'll be like, I can't say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I think there's like definitely this difference between like kind of announcing that you're there versus like just showing up and either saying anything or saying nothing. Like I've turned into like almost this super lurker, and I have even stopped myself from just like showing up, hitting lurk, you know, and then doing whatever, because I know that doesn't, like, it kind of announces to just be like, hey, okay, thanks, Travis, you know, appreciate you. And I think there's definitely a line for like an expectation, or maybe this, like, I don't know, there's like people see that check mark and just and something changes.
Something does change, and I'll never understand. Like, I have people, I feel like sometimes I'll say hi in their chat, and for me, if you're playing FF9, I'm probably gonna say hi and just check you out.
Write that down. Write that down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Write that down. You probably like, that's true. I actually have found a lot of streamers playing FF9. Jackie.
It's one of my favorites,
was
actually.
Playing FF9 when I found her, and I found her because she was cosplaying Quina, and Derry told me, you should go see this. And I, ever since, from there on out, I was a Jackie fan. Big Jackie fan. There it is. There's the Quina cosplay. And I shortly after, I was like, I mentioned, I was like, so this has been a channel point redeem for years, and I'm thinking about moving it to a charity incentive for something I'm doing soon.
Nice.
And I did it like a month later. So it was fun. But like, I will notice that people automatically, when I say hi, they feel like they need to like bend over backward again just to like say hi to me and acknowledge me. And I'm like, you don't have to shout me out because I'm here.
Right.
Like, you don't have to do, like, I appreciate it, but like, just play the game. Like, there's a lot of people who will stop everything they do to shout out everyone. And if there's anything I learned from this weekend, most of Twitch is just other streamers. So if you're gonna shout out every single damn person that comes to your chat, you're never gonna get anything done. Now your mods could do it. You're like, and I know Rare's channel does that. Like, her mods will recognize people who are other streamers, and then, you know, naturally see them in chat, shout them out. That's different to me. It's when you're taking all that time to constantly like just talk it up about that person. And I've had people I've never seen in my chat before do it, and I'm like, what, you watch me?
Yeah.
You watch me? Really? Okay. Thank you. Like, I really appreciate that, but like,
right.
I almost want to like quiz them on it a little. Like, are you just blowing smoke up my butt, or like, is this real? Like, do you actually watch me? So
it's like, you just quiz them on like an inside joke on your channel. Yeah. What does "get out of the car, Travis" mean? Like, what does that mean?
That person either. I don't want to be that person that when you say hi in chat, you feel like you can't leave.
Right.
Because I know some people are like that too. Like, somebody who's like 5 minutes after you've said things and you haven't talked for a little bit, you go, "Hey B, did you see this thing?" Like, there's some people who are like that too, and I don't want to be that person either. How wide is Garfussy's? Jackie, no, don't say that. Don't say that. But yeah.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, I've noticed that obviously everybody has like their like kind of limits to what you can shout out, who you can shout out, like, and I think like a lot more, there are people who are plenty loose with it. I actually kind of really like the slash shout out thing.
I love it.
I like that a whole lot better than I like having to be like doing the shout out, because some people also like don't like clips, and I personally like clips, but
I don't like the clip shout out because I've seen it backfire on people. I had a friend who transitioned, and they had, you know, it basically dead named them in a sense.
Right.
And like, I just don't think people think of that kind of thing. For me, every single time it pulls up the oldest clips.
Every time.
Like
every time.
2018, 2017, 2016, like whenever clips came to be, it's always the oldest clip. Or
Yes.
it's always the longest, most inappropriate clip possible. And I'm like, oh, why is this the one?
Right.
And you can choose what shows up, but you have to delete clips. And there's like some of those old clips for me, I don't want to get rid of, because those are like the history of my channel. Like, it's fun to see, like, oh wow, like I was in a completely different space in our house at that point in time. Or you know, I'll see my kids when they were like, my oldest was 2 at one point, and my sub alert is that was a cash money. It's her saying that was a cash money. And she was a tiny kid at that point, like very, very tiny. Little baby voice. So those are important history to me. I'm not gonna just delete them because it's gonna pop up on screen, but I hate those. I hate them so much.
Yeah, I've personally taken to now I ask. I'm like, I would love to shout you out. Would you like a clip or not? Keep in mind, it might pull something that's ridiculously old clip, whatever, or it could pull a clip from yesterday or whatever. Like, because it's so random. Like, I get clips from early in the Tank Bro days when it happens, and I have to like kind of explain to people like, that was my old stream partner, and you know, especially for people who don't like know the history of that stuff.
No,
but yeah,
and
I've definitely taken to the slash better.
I like that it tells you that somebody has shouted you out on your creator dashboard. I think that's really cool, because sometimes I'll randomly like be offline and I'll get like 3 follows. I'll be like, what happened?
Who are you people?
So you know that like you start recognizing like, oh, people are talking about me. Let me go see what's going on. Like, the best way to hit me up is to shout me out in your chat. I will show up so fast. I used to have it set.
Write that down.
Well, if I'm at my computer, which I usually am pretty close, but I used to have it set up for BTTV. If somebody typed B in their chat, it would ping me. I stopped that, so you guys are safe now. But I used to have that because I was like,
wow,
I need to know if somebody's bringing me up. That was like a weird. I don't recommend doing that to yourself.
Yeah, pass.
Yeah, especially because of Jackie. Jackie would bring me up fairly often. So.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a there's definitely like ways that certain people like to interact, and I feel like, you know, Twitch ends up being a lot smaller than you think because you only have so much bandwidth. You cannot and will not be able to watch every streamer that exists.
Yeah.
You just cannot.
Also, Chumbus, please don't worry about lurking. You're not somebody I would ever be mad at. It's more so there are people who will pull up like 50 different tabs and like not like there's always some weird motive to it. Like, there's one person I know who will do that because they want to guide raids. And I think that's a little strange, just to have like a weird networking motive out of it. And that's something that all of us creators pick up on really quickly, usually, where we're like, oh, okay, hi, I get what you're doing. The other one that I have seen, it was during a podcast. I had Rare and Fendi on during one of, like, Elle couldn't be there. We were literally talking about this, and we saw someone go, exclamation lurk, and then they went live. And it's like, okay, we were literally just talking about this exact thing being kind of shady, and you did it. Like, I can't.
I've seen it.
I can't process that. So please, like, don't ever feel guilty. I lurk hard. I don't think there's anything wrong with lurkers. I see people who say that they're banned for being lurkers and stuff like
that's
that.
bull. There's no way.
Yeah. I think
That's
it
engagement
can happen
farming.
if people like think you're a bot.
Sure.
I think that can happen, but like, no, there's nothing wrong with lurking. I think it's once you use your lurk to like, I guess, promote something in yourself. Like it's like a weird subtle promo, if that makes any, I don't know.
I've seen it. I've seen people be live and say lurk.
Oh, I see that one a lot too. And I'm like, what are you doing?
And I'm like, why do you have me up on the side, if at all?
Yeah. Yep.
That seems...
I feel like I'm sure you had a lot more questions and we derailed on this, and I'm so sorry.
Well, you know, part of TravTalks is about content creation in general.
Yeah.
And that's why I like getting so many different perspectives on it too. Like, last week I talked to a fairly new Twitch streamer, and we were talking about like how you do these things differently and traps to look out for. And with Ninbao, like he had his own kind of perspective on things. So I like these kinds of conversations.
Yeah.
I have my other questions, but you know, if we get there, we get there. If not, kind of whatever, dude. We're just kind of talking about like pet peeves right now. Knock it off.
Yeah.
No, I do understand kind of where you're coming from, and coming from your perspective as a, you know, larger creator. Some people would be like, oh, like 100 average, that's nothing, you know, versus other people who would be like 100. I can't even imagine like 10, you know. And there's that disparity between
I was having this conversation about a week ago when hosts were removed.
Yeah.
I went to Twitch's main page and I showed what my main page looks like, and I was like, oh look, here's a section that says small streamers, and all of the views were somewhere between 50 and like 150. And someone in my chat was like, well, those aren't small streamers. And I was like, in the grand scheme of things, yeah, actually still it kind of is. There's just a lot of weird hierarchies of this. Like to me, somebody with a chat of 300 average is a completely different climate than what my average is. And I feel like, you know, you got the 1 to 5, the 5 to 15, the 15 to 30, the 30 to 50.
Right.
Like
there's
these
a
are
weird,
all
not
different.
real, but absolutely hierarchy that there is.
Yeah. And each chat has its own like amazing, and like that's the cool thing about Twitch is that, like, you know, it depends on what your mood is. Like maybe you're not feeling like talking to a bunch of people. But sometimes it's actually nice to go to a chat with a bunch of people. Maybe you don't want to be perceived. Maybe it's easier to just go watch a GDQ event and know that like there's not anybody going to be chatting at you. That's kind of like
generally no, yeah.
Yeah, like that's okay. Like turn the chat off. It's garbage anyways when you watch those events. But I know people don't necessarily agree with that, but I still think that if you're like under like 150, you're still pretty small in the grand scheme of things.
In the grand scheme of things, but like, yeah, I could take a look at my own stuff. I float anywhere between like 15 to 30, somewhere in that range generally. And so like 150 is 5 times the amount of people I usually get.
Yeah.
So that's
and
like,
I get that
you know,
too. I get people who passively aggressively say it to me sometimes, like, I would love to have anyone watch me. I'm like, well, that kind of attitude is probably why nobody watches, if that's the case. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but like, you shouldn't expect people to be there, you know? You should just do what you're passionate about, and if people like it, they'll
like,
be there.
Making me feel guilty for not showing up to your stream is a guaranteed way I'm never going to show up again.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, if somebody is like, hey, you didn't show up to my stream the other day, it's like, yeah. I don't even expect my mods to be there, you know, like.
Right. No, I just offered to mod for somebody who was like, I'm starting to grow. I don't know what to do. And I was like, I'll help you.
Yeah.
I don't mind that. But let me just tell you, I do most of my modding.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I still have my main mod, even like whatever my size is at this point. So
yeah, I definitely like, I'm the type of person to be like, oh, hold on, let me do this thing, and then you hear like my clacking of my keyboard, like, oh, like, hang on, sorry, you know, and like, meanwhile, I'm just taking so much damage in Star Wars or whatever, and I'm just like, yeah, I'll be right there.
No, I think a really important thing that I like when I see people address is that those numbers are people. That view count is people. And all of those people have their own lives, their own circumstances, their own responsibilities.
Right.
And you can't expect every single person to just like constantly, or rats. Yeah, Jackie, that's true. Or rats. You can't expect them to always be there for everything. And the most amazing thing to me is so February will be 8 years for me.
Mm-hmm.
I still have people who I haven't been around for years that will come in randomly and be like, hey, how are you doing? Wow, you got partnered? That's rad. It's been like, what, 8 years? You know, and that will blow my mind because I'll be like, oh my God, I remember that person. Like, I remember their name. Wow, okay, how are you? And I feel like I saw a clip of this floating around recently where somebody had said, like, somebody that had been gone for a really long time, and they got emotional about it because they're like, oh my God, like, I wondered what had happened to you. Like, that's the kind of stuff that if I see people who very clearly recognize and understand, like, those are people behind those names and emotes, then that's like a huge draw for me.
No, and I love, I do like the trying to remember that as a creator, that there are actual people behind, you know, people who are saying the things to you. You know, obviously the bots that come in are like, want to be famous, and you click that link, and obviously that's where I got to where I am now. But the like, there's like, there people are actually talking to you, and I keep that in mind because I go, wow, imagine, you know, 20 some odd people, 30 some odd people fucking sitting in a room. Sorry. Heckin' sitting in a room and, oh, good. Fucking sitting in a room and just like staring at you. Like, imagine that. And then for the people who are like big, I think, you know, that you said I think we both agreed that there's like a limit. What's up, Clippy?
Yeah.
I think that we both agree that there's like a limit to how many quote unquote parasocial relationships you can have.
Yes. Okay, sorry. I had to lay her down. I was starting to get sweaty.
That's okay.
I don't want to get sweaty.
No, that is okay.
No, yeah. There's a huge limit on it, and I do think that that's like I imagine that once you like officially hit that limit, you kind of have to have a talk with yourself and go, okay, either you grow or you let some of that, like, you let some of it fly, or you know that some days are going to be busier than others, what have you.
Yeah. So actually, one of the questions that was on here was about consistency. And earlier you even mentioned, you're like, I don't have a set schedule. Oh, welcome back.
No, thank you.
You're like, I don't have like a set schedule. And even then you recently got the little purple check. So what do you like contribute to that? So
actually, I did have I will say this. I'll have to say, I did have a very specific schedule
Mm-hmm.
when I got partnered.
Okay.
But for me, it was less is more. I only streamed 3 days a week,
Mm-hmm.
very specific days, very specific times. And it was hard because sometimes I'm like, I want to stream more. This is really fun. But
Yeah.
like I knew like I needed to spend time resting.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, like I notice people who start this up and they're like, I gotta do 8 hours. I gotta stream 8 hours so that I have more time to grow. For me, it was I recognized that I would get lots of raids at like 10 p.m. my time. And I think it was just luck. Like it was literally just luck. And I recognized that that was always happening. And I started testing out, okay, how's this day? How's this day? And I found my best days and it finally just kind of like locked in. And I got partnered. Once
Yeah.
that happened, I just was like, I don't care. I don't care. But
Yeah.
I didn't care either until I got close. It wasn't until I got into like 67-ish out of 75 on Path to Partner that I was like, okay, we're going to actually like look at this and like figure this out. And I don't think
Sure.
you should care about it until you get close, because I feel like when you hit 50 out of 75, it sits there forever.
Sure. Yeah.
It just sits. And I'm so glad to have that page. What is it? It's your achievements page.
Mm-hmm.
I have no reason to ever look at that page again. I think that page is evil.
Yeah.
Because I think so many people's self-worth is tied to that. But even worse, people don't realize that page exists.
Yeah.
So they look at their channel analytics and they see, oh, I'm 70 out of, I'm 70 average viewers, and they're, oh, where's my Path to Partner unlock? And it's like, oh, no, it can say 75 there. But it doesn't mean you got it, because
No.
views or like raids and stuff like that too. Like there's so much to it. So I feel like analytics, there's a really healthy balance you can have to it. But like I had a schedule that worked for me pre having a baby, and now I'm very like, let's just go where the wind takes us, if that makes sense.
Right. Do you think partner getting partner, I think, yeah, Jackie just said something about it, like do you think once you got partner it like there was like a kind of a weight lifted almost?
Yes. Yeah, you're free. I'm cringe, but I'm free. I don't have to worry anymore.
Staring
I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe we should all just get check marks out the gate. But then everybody would want something more. Like,
but then it's not special,
satisfied.
Right?
Yeah, it's like, no, it's weird, but like, yeah, no, I'm glad, because a lot of what I got before I got that check mark was, wow, you're so close, B. And I'm like, this is like a year before, and I think I had like 30 average, and I had people being like, oh, you're gonna get partner soon. And I remember very vividly every single time being like, I'm really not that close, and this actually makes me get a little too into my own head, so like, let's not talk about that.
Right.
Like I appreciate that you recognize my growth, but it also is kind of like it gives me anxiety to think about it. And I don't know why we get anxiety about it. I don't know what that is.
So something I've kind of asked each of the like creators that I've done this with, and talking with other like some larger creators, some smaller creators, do you think there's like what do you think is so desirable about this kind of overarching goal of
I think a lot of people think there's more to it.
Yeah.
Like, I know a lot of people thought that you get 70-30 as soon as you're partnered, but that's never been it. Like,
not for tier 1, right? Like
no, it's for, you get that split for tier 3, but like,
Just tier
I think
3.
people think that like you get more money if you have a check mark, and I'll tell you right now that's not true. It's not
Yeah.
true. It's definitely not true. And the I think people take you a little more seriously. I've been seeing this kind of going around
Hmm.
Twitter from the convention this weekend.
Yes.
Apparently, there were certain brands with people on the floor
Hmm.
that if they saw you had an affiliate badge, they would kind of whiff you, and that's not good behavior in the first place, because affiliates make a lot of this stuff work. Like,
Yeah.
affiliates are just as valid, and I think that's why people really want partnership, is because it is going to be the way you get taken seriously.
Hmm.
I personally like try not telling anybody IRL that I do this. I think going to TwitchCon was like the first time I started actually being like, well, yeah, I'm actually like, I'm partnered, so I do like it. I don't know why I have shame. I shouldn't be, but I feel like it's something that people just don't take seriously because they're, I don't know why. I don't know.
It's I think you said it earlier, that the overglorified hobby.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they're like explaining Twitch to my mom, for instance. She's like, why do people watch you play video games? And like, I don't exactly know how to explain that. I'm like,
nobody knows.
I'm
Nobody
like,
knows
I don't know.
what it is. It's comforting to me. It's nice to have a place where I can go and like find people that like the same things as me. Like,
yeah.
I feel I said this a lot around Jackie Sar, who is in chat.
Mhm.
I feel like Twitch is the first place where I've truly felt like myself, that I can be myself. And you know, there's always going to be people who pass judgment, but like, I
Right.
feel accepted in my community and like surrounding communities, and I think that that's so cool to like feel free to talk about the things that I want to.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's definitely something to be said. Like, people don't view it as like a real job, you know? It's like, oh, well, do you have an office? Like, do you have coworkers? Do you have a boss? It's like, yeah, me.
Yeah.
My own coworkers in my brain. You know?
No, and when I got partnered, my brother-in-law was like trying to get into Twitch, and he was like posting on Facebook every time he went live. He's on Facebook. And he was like trying to get all of his friends and family and stuff to like, once he got an affiliate, to like use their Amazon Prime. And I was like, well, I started like giving him advice, and I had to like be really blunt with him about it because he didn't understand how money worked with it. I was like, well, you do know that like you're not going to get when this was back in January, you're not going to get a payout unless you earn like 100, right? Oh, really?
Not
and
anymore.
I was like, yeah. Well, yeah, now it's 50. So I wonder if he'll come back. But he has twins, so I don't, it's not easy. It's not easy, especially when it's your first kid. And then I told him, I was like, well, also like, yeah, it's $5 that somebody pays for the sub, but you only get $2.50 of it.
Right.
And like, just like being very honest with him, he suddenly stopped. Like, he stopped doing it.
Right.
So, yeah.
And do you like, so with this for you, like you said, it's just a place I can be myself. I can be myself. You also mentioned earlier that that is something that I think everybody in chat has felt at least at one point, and if not, I actually worry more about you, is imposter syndrome. Yeah.
No, so I mean, I got imposter syndrome after being at TwitchCon because I felt weird going into TwitchCon because I was like, oh God, what if people recognize me? Like, what if people see me and like want to come up to me? But then that didn't happen at all. Literally nobody knew who I was. And so I was like, oh, this is kind of weird too, because at the partner party, for example, I saw how many partners there were, and I was like,
Yeah.
wait a second, there's so many.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And it gave me this bizarre anxiety of like, wow, I really am just like a very small blip in the grand scheme of this entire platform.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels so much bigger because there's no physical visualization to see it.
Yeah.
But then when you get to the con where you have the partners, the affiliates, and the community members, it's
Right.
an even more anxiety and like that you start to feel, because then you're like, well, okay, now like literally nobody recognizes me. Now, let's be fair. I did have people who knew who I was, but I met up with them.
Right.
So like that wasn't the same. It's just but I also have to consider I'm not somebody who posts my selfies. I do not like, my image is not who I am.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes I'm clippy. Maybe if I walked around with clippy, people would be like, "Oh, it's B." Well, maybe that would have been it. But
T-shirt, no doubt.
Yeah, I still got imposter syndrome, and I think it's just because of the sheer realization of like how big this is, and I'd never thought about it before.
Yeah, and like, just I definitely had, I was like, I can't afford to do TwitchCon right now, whatever, but I also like looked at it and definitely had a little bit of TwitchCon FOMO. Like I definitely felt like, man, it looks like so much fun, everyone's smiling, but of course like highlights, social media highlights.
Yeah, and there's also the opposite effect too, where a lot of people are blowing out of proportion to be bad. I think it was just a medium experience. Like it just depends on who you're hanging out with.
Mid-con, got it. It's just mid-con. I hear you.
Yeah.
And like, I think you're absolutely right. Then like, there are definitely people who see like, I imagine, like you just said, like the brands that were there, like trying to catch the color on the bottom of your badge, being like, is it blue or purple? Oh, it's purple. Okay, let's talk to them, or oh, it's pink. Then nah, I'm not.
No, but I saw that happening. I did see people who would like skim and check and see like, oh, what is it? So affiliates had like a pinkish color.
Yep.
Partners had purple. Community as blue. And I don't think I look like a partner. Not that I think there is a look for a partner, but I was a, woman in her early 30s pushing a stroller around. I don't think you expect to see a partner badge on me at all. And so I feel like I got a lot of double takes in that regard of like, oh, your partner? Okay, wow.
Yeah, that's so interesting too, because there's definitely like that stereotypical like streamer look, like it's like I gotta be bright, I gotta be loud, I gotta be big. But then like I even saw like pictures of Amaranth, and she's just like in a hat,
Amaranth is really short.
She's very short.
Very short, and I
all those
saw
selfies.
her early on at the partner party. I spotted her. She had her hoodie up. She had like a sweatshirt and hoodie, and she's really tiny. I saw her walk by, and I was like, "That's Amaranth," and everyone's like, "No, that's not Amaranth. She wouldn't be here." I'm like, "It's a partner party. She's a partner. She's probably here." And then later that night, a couple other people had seen her taking pictures with her, and I was like, I was right. I recognized the hoodie.
Yep.
And so like, I mean, I think that's the other weird thing about being a partner and being in a situation like a party like that, because there's so many different levels of like being a partner. Like I'm a new partner, so my numbers are like, barely just that minimum. But then like you have people like Amaranth that were at that party, and then also like XQC and all of those like big names, like Hassan was walking around and stuff. Like And I hardly know who those guys are. I
Sure,
only
yes.
know because people talk about them. I feel like they all look like some guy who went to like an Ivy League school that I just like wouldn't associate with anyway.
Yeah.
So like I don't really care, but it's still weird to realize. Yeah, it's just weird to realize how small you are in the grand scheme of all of this. And then like I can't imagine being like a new streamer just starting off going to TwitchCon and like
Right.
having that realization too. It's got to be a weird feeling.
Yeah, and something to the same extent, right? Like that kind of community members looking at affiliates and partners and going like, wow, like that's what I aspire to be. But then like you said, you're just like, I'm just some lady like pushing a stroller around, like
I wasn't trying to dress up to like go walk around TwitchCon. Like
right.
I'm all about being comfortable.
Yep.
And it's the same thing. Like that sandwich dude stayed with me and my family in our hotel room, and it was because like I had said to him, I was like, I just kind of want to take my time. I don't want to like rush around. I want to go and eat some good food. I want to hang out. I want to try seeing who I can see. I wish I could have seen more people, but having a baby, it's just not. I couldn't go out to the bar every night. I couldn't,
Right.
you know, and I don't have the energy for that anyways.
Fair. Yeah.
I wish there was more people that I like felt comfortable with present.
Sure.
And at the same time, I'm happy to have people like Sandy who walk a little bit slower with you, who are willing to like hang out and not feel like you have to be going to all the hot clubs and getting wasted and stuff. Like that's just not me anymore.
Yeah. And I would say those are things that become genuine friendships that can exist and come from Twitch.
It's true.
And other social media platforms or whatever. You know, I think like there are definitely people I'd be more than willing to like meet in real life, you know, and then definitely some other people that I would see like that sometimes come into my chat and I'm like, yeah, like I know your username.
Yeah. That's the paranoia I started having the night before I left, because there was somebody I didn't know in my chat that was going. They're like, well, do you want to meet up? And I was like, I don't know you. I literally just met you.
Yeah.
No. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think there's like a I have like this, it's weird to separate yourself from this parasocial thing. I like my own personality is very much like I want everybody to be my friend. I want to meet you. I want to meet you. And I know I totally have lead singer disease, LSD as it's known, and just like want to be like I just want spotlight on me type of stuff, you know, just like
yeah.
But I also know that there is a like there's like danger to that. There's like a line, and for women specifically too, there's even more danger.
And I have my kids.
And I was gonna say, and you have like your kids with you.
Yeah. So
that's gotta be something. Even like these are my kids. Like,
yeah, no,
I don't need some stranger who just like showed up in my chat one day and it's just like, hey, what's going on? And you're like, I don't know you.
Yeah, it's a weird feeling. Oh wait, hold on.
Holding.
Oh no, I just.
Oh.
Yes, I will be in Anaheim next month, like November, Elise. And I would I would say everybody that I like recognize in this chat, I would 100% hang out with. Like Denim Blonde has been around. Denim literally lives like 10 minutes away.
Wow.
She just moved back. Like we hung out a couple weeks ago, and I hope to hang out more because like that's awesome to me that, you know, but yeah, like everybody who's here, I would be so down to hang out. I can't say that about like most other places. I just like I'm a little anxious about some of these people. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
But I will say most people I met this weekend were really cool. Like
Right.
there's a lot of people who I thought I wouldn't like that I actually did and
Ooh.
have a lot of sympathy for. There was only one person, and obviously I will never name who they were. There was one person who was a dick. And I always got the feeling that that person was a dick. So it was kind of nice to like have that like solidified for me. Like, I'm just gonna stay away. You're a dick. Okay.
Oh. T.
Yeah. Yeah. I said this on stream, and I had like yesterday, and I had like 3 people DM me, who? And I was like, damn it. I can't say. But it's not anybody I think you guys would know.
I don't. So. Yeah, and you definitely like don't like no pressure to share that. Just DM me later. No. You don't have to. You don't have to say anything.
No, it's okay. But I mean, and in the sense, the way that they presented themselves to me was they didn't want to address me or Elle while their partner was talking to me. They like turned away for a good 10 minutes, and then when their partner was like, hey, do you know B? They just kind of gave me the up and down and were like, oh yeah, I think I've heard of you. And that was it. And I'm like, everybody else at the party was like, hey, oh my god, hey, oh my god, nice to meet you. Like, oh, let me check you. Like, everybody was so cool at the partner party except for that hi Elle.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, and then I also brought up to them because I was like, oh, maybe they're just like not feeling it. Maybe they're like burnt out on being around people.
Sure, yeah.
I brought up somebody that is a regular in both of our communities that couldn't make it last minute. He could not make it, and that person was like, oh yeah, I think I know them. Oh, that's a shame. I'm like, you've literally met that person and hung out, and the person's like followed you and been a big fan for like 5 years. What is wrong? I've never been. Don't ever be that person. I don't care how big you are. Like, just don't. You're not. We're all content creators. Like, nobody's better than anybody else.
Right. Well, that's you know what's that there's a part of that is, I think, extremely comforting to hear. You know, I think there's something to be said for like, because like it's so easy to see a certain level of success and go, geez, I'm never gonna hit that. I'm never gonna get anywhere close to that.
Yeah.
How would I do that? And then like, if you get into your head about it, you like start studying, and you're like, what are they doing? What are they? Okay, they're playing these games. Well, like, that's not a popular game, but like there's still a lot of people there. So like, what is it about? Is it their personality? Is it is their camera better than mine? Do they have a better mic? Oh, B has a Shure mic. I know that's a pretty good mic, but I have a Blue. I don't know if that's good enough. You know, not sponsored.
Yeah.
Give us money. I'll do a Shure sponsorship. I don't care. I'll do a peanut butter sponsorship. I'm allergic. Let's do it.
Oh no. No, but I get that too. It's just it is a sad reality.
Yeah.
Is that there are some people out there who think their shit don't stink, and then when they act that way and then try to pretend that they have an inclusive space, that's also like a weird. If I ever see that person say they have an inclusive space, I might have to say something. But I don't think they try and boast that either. I don't know. Peanut butter and EpiPen sponsorship. I like that.
Hey, if they want to give me free EpiPens, those are pricey.
Before you came in, I brought that up too. There were definitely people who were glancing badges, and
oh yeah.
I mean, it's such weird behavior, but like a lot of people are so new to this too.
Yeah.
Like, having to, all of us have been kind of in our little like spaces and not out in public like that for a couple years now, and to actually be there and having to like be you and not having a camera as a barrier is such a bizarre thing.
Yeah, it's a whole lot harder to ignore a comment if they're saying it to your face versus in a Twitch chat or something, right?
Yeah.
It's
also,
like,
your mic sounds good, so don't ever think that your mic isn't good.
Oh, I
just want you to know
I appreciate that. No, it was mostly just a joke.
I know. I had a blue mic for until like the month before I got partnered, and I was always convinced that it was just such bad quality. I was so convinced. And
any good mic can sound like garbage, you know?
Yeah, no, it's all how you use it. And you see people who want to go out and buy the Meta product. Everybody wants to get the SM7B mic. And then they don't know you need a cloud lifter. You need a mixer. They don't know what kind of mixer. Yeah, like there's all these things that you need to make it work. But then do you know how to use it? This is not an SM7B. And I'm really thankful for my husband because he did the research on it, and we asked a lot of people about it, and we landed on this one because it sounds great. It's meant for like podcasting more so.
Perfect. We did it.
Yeah. So I recommend this mic. Save yourself like $150, $200, and it's a good quality. But people just throw all their money out, and like I know people who are like, I'm gonna start streaming, but I have to buy a really good computer first and all this other stuff.
Right.
You don't need that. Just go live. Have fun. Who cares?
Lots of people out there buying crazy expensive things just to like have what looks the nicest, but like if my camera was on its default settings, I'd be like really flat colored. It would like be trying to like focus on stuff behind me. Like there's a lot more stuff that you have to know. And I was actually going to bring up Aaron here for a second, who like is just doing it all from the PlayStation.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah. Which is, I can't even imagine doing that anymore. So all the power to you. I see people who grow into partnership off of their console, and I'm like, how do you do it? I cannot stream off my console without getting mad at myself. I just can't.
Yeah. I think there's there's like I mean, part of that, I think there's definitely a lot to be said for networking. You know, there's so much of like that, I guess, and that's diving back into like analytics and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, how do I get the numbers? It's like, oh, well, if I, show up in a bunch of things, well, then I know that, okay, so if I show up in this chat today, they have like 20 some odd people, which isn't too much, you could do all that.
Yeah. No, and the other thing is the equipment, like, my focus is retro, even though I haven't been doing it as much recently, but I collect games and stuff. And there's a lot of like, okay, if you're gonna in 2022 start collecting retro video games, you better be a millionaire.
Oh, it's so expensive right now.
A lot of these games were me and my husband's pre-pandemic. We did not spend that much money on it. And then also to stream, you have to, like, everybody's like, you gotta have the RetroTink 5X. And I'm like, no, you don't. Because guess what? I streamed with this, the RetroTink 2X, which is significantly cheaper.
Yep.
And it works just as well. I mean, there's certain things, like I was talking about this the other night, and a bunch of people who got it were like, well, there's this, and this. And I'm like, guys, my point is that you don't have to buy the Meta equipment. It's not going to bring in viewers because it looks better. If anything, I just get people who are like, oh wow, is this an emulated game? And then I'm just like, okay, you know what? Nobody reads anything, so it doesn't matter. So
it doesn't matter.
yeah.
No, I like doing some of the retro stuff and just being like, yeah, no, it's a very legal game copy that I'm playing right now.
Yeah, and I don't care. If you emulate, I don't give a crap. Like,
No,
I don't
I don't think anybody does.
Because some people, no, I've encountered people who are very elitist about it too.
Well, yes.
Like, and it's just like, who cares? People play games. Like, there are a lot of games that are so unaffordable. Like, just do what you got to do to play them. Who cares?
One of my favorite games is a game called Mega Man Legends. And
yeah.
it goes for like $150 for a disc.
It does, yeah.
I can't afford that right now. You'd be throwing down on that.
People have legit reported my channel because they thought it was an emulator. No!
That's horrifying.
Put it on my poll. I have never... I haven't played any Mega Man game except for more than like 5 minutes. So...
Wow.
Maybe I'll add it. Maybe I'll add it to a poll. I have a lot to do. I have a lot to try out. So...
You will never run out of games, I'll tell you that.
I know. Well, that's the other thing is like this. And well, I have there's a collector of Final Fantasy stuff, and that's another weird thing you see as like a female. Her name's Unileska. She has a very large collection of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And she constantly has people who go, "Oh, that's like your brother's, right?" And that's just so annoying to me. Like, if anybody were ever to say that to me, I'd be like, get out of here. I've been playing Final Fantasy since I was 4. Like, my dad introduced it to me, so.
Oh, but it was your dad's then, so.
Oh, true. Yeah, good point.
Yeah,
but, like, if anybody were like, oh,
not
that's
a real
just
gamer.
That's SNES's collection. It's like, well, you know what? It's both of ours, technically. We share these games. We're married. Like,
it's our house.
That's how it works. But, like, it doesn't mean that, like, I don't understand why, as a female, it's so baffling that you can game. I'll just never get it.
There has been that for the absolute longest time.
Yeah. And I understood it when I was a kid. I got it then, I guess. But
I didn't
like
get
now,
it back then.
Now there's literally like, okay, no, you know what? It doesn't make sense because there were games that were literally created for girls, like the Barbie games, the Mary-Kate and Ashley games. Those were not the games I was playing, but those were literally designed to try and get girls to play video games.
Mm-hmm.
Even though, like, all you needed to do is play FF10 and, like, it was the greatest love story you ever played as a teenager, and that was it. Like,
it came out at the perfect time.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. That was like my crack. I didn't need to read Twilight.
I absolutely needed to be Titus growing up. Like, I was like, I need to be this kid.
Yeah.
He's so cool. Everything about him is cool. Down to every asymmetrical piece of clothing.
Oh my god, right? Yeah. You watched AMVs, so there you go. If you had the AMVs, then like
I bet you watched AMVs to Linkin Park's Breaking the Habit.
Absolutely. Every single that was like the most common one. Or Numb.
Oh god, yeah. Somewhere I Belong. Everything, basically anything off Meteora, it sounds like. Incredible.
Yes.
Incredible. Yeah, I think there's there's something to be like, and I guess we're going, back to the female gamer topic.
Yeah, sorry, it's all over the place.
No, but it is something that I don't get to deal with personally. More often, I get elitists more often than I get like girl gamer stuff. Mm-hmm. And then every so often I'll get the random chatter that comes in or is like, do you like rimming assholes? And I'm like, whoa, you got your phone verified to say that to me? What the fuck?
Right. I I actually had somebody who messaged me last night. They were like, it's really sad that you have to have your account verified to talk in your chat. I don't have a modern day phone, and that's the only way I can verify it. And I would like to participate in chat. And I was live, and I stopped, and I was like, "Hey, I'm sorry, but like I have to have that on because I get weird comments."
Yeah.
I was playing FF7 like almost 2 years ago now, and someone just like randomly said something about like wanting to eat a tampon out of me, and I was like, "Why is me? Why me?
That's
Why
enough
is
of that.
this? That's gross." And
That's
like,
enough.
yeah, like no, 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 no. And so like, yeah, I'm sorry. I understand that like closes it off, but like you gotta be understanding. And thankfully, when I said that, I was like, it's because of the trolls, and they're like, yeah. Thinking about it for a moment, I understand it's anti-harassment, but either way, I thought I'd let you know. And I was like, no, I appreciate it. Like, but it's true. Like, I have to be careful. It sucks. Like,
well, there's absolutely like a line that that should not be crossed, especially on a platform that, yes, you can do whatever you want, right? Unless you're Amaranth, in which they will specifically try and change the rules to specifically screw you over. But goddamn, does she have hustle? So I love it. She's like, I also own a gas station. Isn't that cool? Fun fact about Amaranth.
Yeah, actually.
But the like, people go out of their way to try and say the weirdest or like the most upsetting or offensive things, and I think it's just to like get reactions. Or and I feel like that definitely happens more often to women. There's just no doubt in my mind that it happens way more often to women, because there's women that I'll mod for, and it happens far more often to them than anybody else.
The other one that I see, and it really is frustrating, is that like on TikTok, someone will post their reaction to the end of a game or like a moment, and like if the woman is emotional in any kind of way, people will be like, "Oh, she's faking it."
Yes.
Or I had somebody who I modded for, when they played FF10 for the first time, they didn't cry. And so when they posted it to YouTube, people were like really mean. Like, how dare you not cry about this game? Yeah. It's so like, people like police emotions in such strange ways. And I'm like, man, I didn't even cry when my kids were born. Like, I'm a private crier.
Yeah.
Like, you can't force that out of me, but like,
No.
you can't expect everyone to have the same reaction to it. It's very weird.
I think that like vicarious kind of reaction is what a lot of people go to content creators for. Like, a big reason why horror games are so popular.
Yes.
To get that kind of vicarious, like, oh, how did they react? Is that the same way I would react to the situation? There are people that pride themselves on like, nothing scares me, you know? And that's you, and I know personally I'm a big fucking baby, so like me
too. I get scared very easily. Yeah.
Yeah. Like a there was a couple of times I was like playing FF10 and like the glass shatters to start a battle, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. No.
You're not even thinking about it. You're like talking about something else on stream and just
No, I've had the random encounters on different games get me sometimes.
Yeah. And I think
actually, same cats. That's a big one too. Is medicine I'm on. It makes me not cry. It just makes me not cry. And I actually think it's good to get that cry out sometimes.
Oh God.
I think I actually did cry recently on stream, but I don't remember why it happened. And I was so glad to get it out. because I had just said the night before, I was like, man, sometimes you just need a good cry.
Yeah.
It's invigorating.
Yeah. I wish so hard that I could cry more often. And to anybody in chat out there who's on medicine and makes it hard to cry or thinks they cry too much, there is like basically no such thing.
That's
and
true.
also, medicine is okay.
Yes.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with going to get medicine, going to get antidepressants, whatever it is. I'm just pointing that out to anybody out there.
What is my husband doing?
From what we can see, changing the skeleton.
Yeah, he's doing something with the skeleton, but he's not actually in view. So
I can see the skeleton. Okay. I can see the skeleton leg.
You have the bone stone in chat. Good.
I do.
Good. Oh.
We get a lot of background stuff for you. It's kind of fun.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. But yeah, no, I actually tried, like, I just did the mental health awareness raid train as well.
Yeah, I was in it too.
Yeah. Yeah, you raided me.
I did.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. And it was weird because for me it's like I actually talk about I have postpartum depression, but I also have like general anxiety and stuff too on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people don't understand like what postpartum depression is and how long it can affect you, right, and like what it is exactly. So, I started talking about that like towards the end of the stream, and I was trying to talk about it in the middle, but I just struggle because my brain goes a million ways at once. I get very distracted.
Yes.
But like it can be extremely debilitating. Like I remember when she was born, I was okay for like the first month, and then all of a sudden I felt like I was hit with a truck. And I like couldn't sleep. When I would fall asleep, I would have nightmares. It was very bizarre. I always felt like something was like outside and something bad was going to happen, and so I wasn't sleeping at night anymore. I just wasn't. And so that's why my doctor was like, okay, well, yeah, let's get you on meds, because I had it the first 2 times. It has to do with your hormones. It's you have all these hormones in your body and suddenly they're gone.
Yeah.
And you have a baby. And I recognized it happening and I went on meds, and I like was fine automatically. So I can't say, and any new mom that I ever meet, I'm like, listen, like if you ever start feeling this way, like please reach out to your doctor. It's so important, because for me, the first time I had it, I had guilt. I felt a lot of guilt. I'm like, I should be so happy I have a healthy baby.
Right.
But I was crying all the time. So,
well, I think yeah. Like I had questions kind of around the whole depression and postpartum depression, specifically around being a mom. Yeah. Like you could really get it any other way. But there's something to be said for like the difference between that and say kind of the generalized term of major depressive disorder. Because they have obviously their similarities, but there's something to become from the world of your body going through a massive change, all these different chemicals and hormones and brain chemicals and all that shit changing so fast.
Yeah, I suspect I've always had some kind of like just depressive disorder. I just never had the insurance to deal with it, so I just always kind of was like, all right, this is how it is, we're just gonna we're gonna just make it work.
Yeah.
So there's like that's just what it always was, but like once I became a parent, it became way more important that I actually take care of myself. And like if my mental health isn't stable, how do I ever expect my kids to have a healthy life? And that comes from my own parents. My parents both did not care about their own mental health, and that affected me and my siblings heavily. And so, yeah, for me, as soon as I had kids, there was this huge shift for me where I'm like, okay, I gotta look out for myself. If I start feeling any certain way, I let my husband know, like, hey,
Okay. Yeah.
by the way, like, let's sit down, let's have this talk.
Yeah.
And like I've always had anxiety, but I think that I also found a way to like mask that by drinking when I was in my 20s.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't realize it until I became a parent, and obviously I couldn't drink as much. And
Yeah.
so like I'm glad being a parent has kind of saved me in a lot of ways. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, I can't take care of myself. How the heck am I ever going to take care of another human?" But
I think
like
that's a extremely common thought for parents.
but if you're having that thought, I think you're already ahead of the curve
Mhm.
of that's such a good thought to have. And I think that it changed me, and like something lit up in me and
Right.
changed me and made me. I don't think I was a bad person, but it just made me want to be a better person. If that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Have you found that there is anything in particular that kind of helps you push through any sort of like spells that kind of come up where you're just like, yeah, it's just not happening, but like you almost have this like need to like, but I gotta go live again here soon.
Honestly, I mentioned this earlier. This is kind of my like me time.
Mhm.
Just even if my kids sometimes like step in, or like I have to take care of the baby, or I have to pump, anything like that, it's my me time. And so sitting down here and having this time to play through a game that I want to, or just even talking with you,
Mhm.
is like that is my reason a lot
Yeah.
of the times. It's not, again, it's not to make money, it's not to get my image out there or anything like that. It's really
Right.
just like, this is how I get my break from everything else, which admittedly, now that I have a lot of downtime without a full-time job,
Mhm.
it is, maybe not as needed, but finding a job is full-time work too in itself.
Oh my gosh,
But
yes it
yeah,
is.
yeah,
Absolutely.
it is. Yeah. And so, but yeah, I think that would always be the thing that brings me back, is I go, oh my God, like I need a little bit of me time. I need some time to just hang out. Like
Mhm.
I had that like anxiety about streaming, and then I started like thinking about people and like how I can't wait to talk to people and stuff when I go live.
Yeah.
And then that was what made me hit go live yesterday, or 2 days ago when I did. And it also helps. Elle originally wanted to like pop on and talk in stream with me, but then I think she wasn't available. So that was another like, oh wait, hey, I have somebody I can talk with. That might help me too.
Right. Yeah. So, just to kind of reflect a little bit of what you're saying, it kind of sounds like your community, the friends you've made, was a reason to kind of, I'm gonna push through this.
Yeah. Yes, big time. And even just watching people,
Yeah.
like the forever memory for me of like the early days of Rosie being born is
Mhm.
me. We had my couch set up a certain way. Like we have a large couch that I slept on,
Mhm.
and then she had her little space next to me. I had my laptop open, and I would just have streams that I would listen to and like
Yeah.
fall asleep when I could. And like that helped me feel like a human sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
it helped me be able to like sometimes turn over and have a conversation, especially because those early days are hard. Like, you're kind of a shell of yourself. Everything
No
you
doubt.
do is for another person, and so like having, say, Rare's channel or Jackie's channel open,
Mm-hmm.
and they make me laugh, like that's such a huge thing. So it's not even me going live, like it's other people that help me. And getting through work, getting through the pandemic,
Mm-hmm.
being stuck at home with, at that time it was my two older kids.
Mm-hmm.
One was only a year old, the other one was 2.5. They were home with me and my husband, both of us working from home as well.
Yeah.
Working, I was still expected to be working. They were tracking my keystrokes and everything, despite knowing my kids had to be home. Streams in the background helped so much, just
Right.
to like keep me calm and balanced.
Wow. So like consume content. Consuming content for you was like, no, this is kind of another world away from me.
Yep.
Away from those kind of daily stressors or even symptoms that come with kind of dealing with whatever.
Yep.
Because
now, if it's not that, I then go listen to like a true crime podcast. But man, you don't want to just spend all your time doing that either.
no.
That gets real. Like that starts to get to you after a while. So if I ever need like a palate cleanser from Twitch, that's what I do. I go watch a true crime podcast or something like that.
That's interesting. Yeah. I know this of myself. My partner is extremely into like horror movies, true crime, all that stuff. And she can watch it all day, every day, not affected. But like I'll have like 5, 6 like super hard sessions in a row with kids. Hearing about all these horrors that have actually happened in real life. And like to come home and she's like watching it, I'm like, we need to change this now. Like...
No, it's a weird thing I did so for a couple years when I was in the office, I tried listening to Twitch, but the fact that I couldn't interact, like I didn't feel comfortable having my phone out to talk and chat sometimes.
Right.
Or like I was worried that because I watched someone on my work computer once and they were playing a retro game, and my boss sat behind me and saw it, and she said, "Hey, somebody told me they saw you playing a video game on your computer." It just like put me into a weird state of like, I can't do that. Like I'm too afraid. I need this job. Like I can't. I literally just like shut off Twitch. It no longer existed. The only way that I knew anybody was still streaming was Twitter.
Right.
Which I still interacted with, or Discord. I was still on Discord and stuff, but like I had to shut it off. And so the moment I was home again, I was like, Twitch? Oh, what's going on there? What's everyone doing?
Right.
I want to hang out.
Yeah, I can do that again, finally.
Yeah. But I was listening to true crime that whole time in the office. And I think that was getting a little sad for me.
There are no doubt moments where you're just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Especially like the true part. Ugh.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's grisly. I don't like that. Yeah, I've definitely noticed that everybody can take like a certain part of like social media, Twitch, content in general, and like that's my safe place, that's my happy place, I like that place, versus other people who are like, actually that's my stressful place because I have to be on the whole time.
Yes.
And like I think that was part of, and this is just me speculating because I didn't go, but I feel like there was a part of there is like the TwitchCon post hangover.
Yeah.
And I don't think, I mean, it was probably partially alcohol involved, but also like people were had to feel like they were on the whole time. I'm meeting people, I'm showing up. I have to like kind of market myself, even though that's not, but it's kind of what it's about, but it's not about that. And blah 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 blah.
Yeah. There are some people I knew who were like, "Oh, like, are you bringing business cards and stuff like that?" And I was like, no, I'm not." Because, like, if I'm gonna network with anyone,
Right.
it's gonna be, like the sponsors and brands and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to follow me, you meet me, you're gonna probably just pull out your phone and do that. That's
I
just
agree with that.
my guess. Like, and it did happen a couple times, but, like, you know, I didn't. It's not like I walked away from the convention with like 1,000 new followers or anything like that.
Right.
If anything, I met some people that I'm like, hey, they're cool. I gotta check them out.
Right.
That's cool. Like,
And
or hey, they're real. Like, that's
yeah,
really, that's nice.
and one person that you're like, I don't want to ever speak to them again. Cool.
Yeah. Well, I already never did that much, so
That's fair.
I think that's wise, because there are some people who won't give you the time of day unless you're kissing their ass.
Oh sure.
Yeah, and I think because I wasn't like, "Oh my god, you're this person," they probably were like, "Oh."
My curiosity is killing me right now.
I know. I'll tell you after. It's fine. You probably don't know who they are, and that's for the best.
Maybe.
But yeah, I don't. Just no. No. I think I told Rare when I saw Rare that weekend too, and like, just play. If you ever become big, don't ever become that person. Like, it's stinky.
Okay.
It's just stinky.
You got it.
You weren't surprised either, Rare. See, that makes me happy. And I swear, I'm not being an asshole. Like, even Elle experienced it too. I at least got the up down.
Mm-hmm.
They ignored Elle entirely.
Jeez.
Which is, that's saying something to me.
Yeah.
Like, you can ignore Elle, please.
Please.
Yeah. You don't just ignore Elle. You just don't.
It's so odd to me, like the differences of like there is this, like, I think I talked with I was talking with my first guest, Queen Navidine, and also Ninbao, about this like rise to stardom that some people have, and it totally just changes them entirely. It like completely flips their worldview somehow.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that happens is, you know, and I think sometimes this is something that we kind of create ourselves, is clicks. I do believe that streamer clicks exist.
Oh, no doubt.
Like, they're definitely there.
Yeah.
But I think that sometimes from the outside looking in, we make those clicks way more than what they are. Like, I tweeted a long time ago, and now I've seen it come through a million times, and I'm sure someone said it before me, but, you know, there's this feeling of there is this popular table that you haven't been invited to.
Mm-hmm.
And that never changes. Even when you get partnered, there's always going to be a table that you are not invited to. And there's no reason to sit around and stew over that, because if you focus all your energy on that, like, feeling of being left out, you're going to miss out on hanging out with the people that are there for you, for one. Yeah. But also you're not going to grow, because some people just don't vibe with each other. And that's
true.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think there's yeah, if you're always concentrating on that popular table, you're going to miss the table that is inviting you to be a part of it. You're going to have people that are like, yeah, absolutely. Like, people that legitimately are not going to look at your numbers and your follower count and all these things. Like, I had this like horrifying vision in my mind of like people at TwitchCon like pulling out their phones and being like, less than 1,000 on Twitter.
What I expected, by the way. That's literally what I was so afraid of happening. No one did that.
And I'm so glad.
Yeah, I really expected it. And no, even like some of the people that like you just see on Twitter all the time
Mm-hmm.
and you would think would be a dick were actually really nice
That's
and
good.
really down to earth and willing to like talk.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have a problem naming this person because everybody knows her and she was an absolute sweetheart.
Mhm.
BB Jess is so nice. So nice. Like, I can't get
we
over
stand
it.
BB Jess around here.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure I was a little bit drunk and I was trying to talk with her. And I have some pictures with her, but they're very blurry. So it's almost, she almost looks like a cryptid. I don't know who took these pictures. I don't know, but like
They're a little shaky.
I just have them on for me. They're for me. Like
Yeah.
I met her, she was such a nice person.
I'm so
And
glad.
like I've never been like appealed to her content, but I see how much people look up to her, and after meeting her, like I have a lot of respect for her.
Yes.
And there was another person apparently I was out with, and I told her as I was drunk, I was like, you kind of sussed me out a little bit, but I just want you to know, now that I've hung out with you, I really like you. And they were like, respect. They're like, I get
All right,
that.
cool.
Yeah, like I get that. I understand that. I'm like, I am so ashamed I said that, but also go me at the same time. I guess that person walked me to the bathroom when I was drunk and like held my hand, and that was the coolest thing to me, is that the people that I was with had my back and vice versa. We were all looking out for each other. With, if you saw some of the things that were going on, not even just at that convention, but like at other meetups, all of the different like shady things that happen, you gotta have good people who have your back.
Absolutely.
You have to. So I'm very thankful that the people I was with, like, we all looked out for each other.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're gonna continue to do that. I mean, at least I think you should.
Yeah, no, I always will. I went to the first TwitchCon, and I am still 95% sure that me and one of my friends were roofied, and it all came down to the people I was with recognizing that I wasn't as bad as my friend was. She had to be like taken home at like 6 p.m. that night because she just couldn't exist, and I don't want to see anybody in that position.
Yeah.
And is that Twitch's fault that happened at a bar outside of TwitchCon? No, but I see people being like, well, what is Twitch gonna do about this? I'm like, well, what can Twitch do about people being assholes?
Nothing.
Because guess what? Those assholes exist in everyday life without a convention. It's more what can you do to be more aware of those things?
Right. No, absolutely. Yeah. Being roofied is no joke. Happened to me once.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it did.
Oh, no.
Yeah. They were trying to get my girlfriend at the time.
Oh.
And we each got the same drink from this one bar in my college town, and I handed her the one that did not have the roofies in it. But they were definitely trying to get her. Well, I imagine they were trying to get her.
Well, you never know.
And then it was like 9:30 maybe, and I was like gone, and my friends were like, that's not Travis. Like,
I was wildly not myself. That's the only thing I remember about it, is that I felt terrible in the morning, and I was not doing, like, I was not making decisions that I would normally, even as a drunk person, make.
Right.
Like, yeah. So, and the fact that my friend had a similar thing happen, and then I think there may have been another person, like, nope. I'm sorry that happened to you. And I just hope that other people who go to conventions and meetups and stuff like that realize, like, yeah, like, we all trust each other, but you still gotta watch out. Like, yeah, you really gotta watch out. You never know what people are gonna do.
There is definitely I mean, there's obviously like normal like bar safety stuff that you should keep in mind. You know, bar safety, your party safety stuff, and being around people that you can trust and know have your back in case something like that happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's absolutely what it was like. It was 9:30 and I'm like slurring and I knocked over a drink and I was like, they were like, he has had one.
No.
He has had one and we had dinner together. I know this isn't like something's going on. Yeah, not a pleasant time. Don't recommend it. Anybody in chat?
Yeah. No, neither.
Yeah, definitely don't do that. You're not gonna like it. So we've been going about 2.5 hours here.
Mm-hmm.
Figure we take a quick little break.
That's fine.
And because I gotta like fill my water bottle and go to the bathroom and stuff like that. And then Q&A time.
Okay, sounds good.
Q&A from the chat. Awesome. All right, chat. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. We'll see you very soon. I appreciate you all. Get yourself some snacks, some water. If you do get snacks, you have to tell us what they are.
Yeah, that's important.
Deal? All right. We'll see you very soon. Wait, where's my button? There it is.
Uh-huh.
Alrighty. Back over to that interview mode. Hello. Hello. Did you get a good snack, everybody? You too?
Yeah, I ate the gummies that Ruby gave me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Were there 4?
There were 5.
Oh, bonus. Bonus one. All right.
Elise ate a Tide Pod.
As long as you filmed it, that's the important part.
Yeah.
That's the important part. So everybody, this is kind of the part where we do Q&A style. Feel free to ask any questions of me, B, both of us. I saw some questions in the chat from earlier that I would love to answer, but I asked y'all to save them because I don't remember exactly what they were.
I know Kat's had a question if Kat's is still here.
Yes, anybody that has any sort of questions, whether it's related to what we talked about, something completely separate, that's also okay. Any of that stuff is okay. My question to you, B, while we're waiting for other questions, is what's the most unhelpful streamer tip you've ever gotten?
Is it 11 o'clock? It's almost 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, my daughter always has a coughing fit. I don't know what it is. Every night, 11 o'clock. That is
very strange.
It's very weird. She'll be fine all day, and then 11 o'clock, it's like something happens. I'll figure it out someday. But let's see.
Yes, Aaron. Yes, I do.
I usually clean my lint trap. SNES, you do laundry? Please. Anyways, I feel like anybody who's like, and I'm guilty of doing this to people too, is saying play what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes playing what you want isn't it if you're trying to like grow.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you like really niche things.
Sure.
So for me, I was like really close to partnership, and then I had to start like replaying things like FF10 and FF9 and
sure.
FF8. And that's what got me there. It was like the little bump above. So when people say play what you want, that's like kind of right, but not quite. It's not quite.
Can you expand on that ever so slightly?
Here she is again.
Hello, little pumpkin.
She has a lot to say right now.
Yeah.
She feels the same way. No, it's just like, I think that there are certain games that just like people won't watch. Like
yeah.
There's just some things that like, I mean, you never know until you don't try. I think it's so important to try it out and see if it works for you. There's actually something I saw today that somebody was responding to. What did you learn from TwitchCon? Let me see if I can find it, because I thought it was actually really, really insightful, and I had never heard that there were actually like terms that existed for them. Hold on. Let me see. Aaron, you liked it too. It was by Kat Avery. Maybe you'll find it sooner than I will. I'm finding that I like a lot of things on Twitter throughout the day.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty hard to...
It's like, there's something called Rise content, and oh, here it is. So 2/3 of your content is main games. So like the main games that you stick to.
Okay.
Then there's reset content, which is something you stream when you need a break from your main content, like just chatting. Or what I do right now is I'm playing Super Mario World for the first time because it's just like a nice little break. I do this naturally, and I didn't know that it was actually a technique. And I think
I've never heard of the term reset content.
So the Cat's whole thing is this is what Cat learned from TwitchCon. So
Okay.
it was I learned terms like reset content and rise content along with main content, and I'm implementing that into my stream plans going forward. I do this naturally. So yeah, 2/3 of your content is your main game. So whatever your main niche is.
Okay.
For me, it's Final Fantasy or
Right.
retro games.
Okay.
Your reset content is what you use as a break. So maybe your podcast is your reset. And then your rise content is trying out something new that you wouldn't normally stream, but maybe you or your community will love. And I'm like, this is literally what I do, because sometimes I'll like try something out. Like, let's see how this goes. Do I like it? If I don't like it, I'll like throw it out. But yeah, I didn't know that there were names to it. And so like
Me neither.
This is a thing. It like solidifies to me like, oh hey, like this is a thing that I do naturally without knowing there were terms to it, and it actually does work really well for me.
Yeah.
Because like actually Final Fantasy 14 was rise content for me. I originally always said I would never stream it, and then I just was like, let's try this out. And then I started streaming it with Elle and had a lot of fun. Oh, hello. She just like was up and then laid down. And I had so much fun, and then I started a new character randomly because I felt like it. And then other people started making characters with me, and then I started playing through it, and I was like, what? This is actually a lot of fun. And so that kind of became like a main game. But I've definitely had things I've tried out I didn't like, and I don't know. I think you just have to be willing to experiment, and you have to know that if you're just going to go live every single day playing Overwatch, you're probably not going to grow. That's mostly
burn on Overwatch also. Yeah. No, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. It is possible. Yeah. Like, I think it is possible, but I feel like
but you have to have something that sets you out from other people. Like, either you're really bad but really funny,
right?
So people like that,
right?
Or you're really good, so people will watch that. But if you're just like a normal player, like, I don't know, I feel like it's such an oversaturated category that like you can't sit there being mad, especially if you're not trying anything else out.
Right. There has to be something that kind of sets you apart. If you're trying to grow, there are people out there who just stream because they just want to hang out with some friends, and that's like a good way to do it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Let's see. Dairy Farmer had a question about lurking. It seems to me that people use two different definitions. One, watching / listening, just not participating in chat. And two, just leaving the stream open, maybe not even listening. What is lurking to you?
Lurking to me is actually like listening still to me. I feel like if you are just leaving it up, you're you're something, I don't know. I don't think there is a real term for it. Like, I call my people who fall asleep slurkers.
Slurkers.
Sleep lurkers. Yeah, I call them slurkers. But that doesn't work for like people who pull it up and like go to work, because they're not there at all. Like, sometimes my slurkers will remember stuff that they kind of hear. And I've done that too. If I fall asleep to a stream, I will like kind of remember some things that I hear, because it'll like pass through the dream I'm having or whatever.
Totally.
I don't think there's a term for it, and I would love to know what people think a good term would be for that. Because I don't think it's a bad thing to do either. Like, if you're just gonna leave it up for support. I do it all the time.
Yeah, I do it too, yeah. I've definitely done the like work lurk thing myself. And it's where it's like I don't really listen, but I also like, I'm not like going into chat and being like, hey, I'm at work, just wanted to show my support. Also, I'm going live later. I didn't want to do that.
Yeah. No, Aaron saying I've heard both of your voices in my dreams before is like weirdly flattering.
I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't wake you up by screaming or something.
And then yeah, workers. Workers are your lurkers that are working and lurking.
I definitely, I think I agree with Jackie. Is like I definitely see both ways of lurking, you know, because I do want to support my friends, but I might be working on something else, or you know, playing games with other friends or something like that. But you still want to like show your support without being like loud about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think they're both valid ways of doing it. I do think like, I mean, they're just different sides of the same thing, I guess, essentially. Yeah. No, and you do whatever you're comfortable with, obviously. I feel like a lot of people are lurkers for me, and I love them.
I'm a lurker.
Oh,
I
thank
try
you.
and participate.
You don't have to.
I'm trying to do it in the hopes that you'll raid me one day, but you know, that's really what it is.
you gotta stay up real late if you want to lurk. I mean, you want me to raid you.
Not if you have a weird like schedule,
true.
maybe, and I don't know. Again,
Yeah.
all for the clout.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're both totally valid. Like,
Yeah.
you're definitely showing support in both ways. One is just a little more quote unquote active, I guess. The sklurk, yes, that's a good way of doing it.
Sklurk.
Yeah,
Yes.
like I lurk and then go live. It's exactly what I do. Especially if I've seen someone's been live for like 3 hours or so, I'm like, oh, perfect.
I see that too though. The person who does just say hi and then they go live 10 minutes later. I've definitely done it too though, because like Rare will be on always like a little bit before me, but I don't expect a raid from her.
Mhm.
I just want to say hi because
Oh,
I
yeah.
like her and everybody in my chat. So it's like it's a double-edged sword to get mad at that kind of thing, because some people like, oh, this is their only chance they can say hi.
Oh,
But-
I don't think I ever like really get in my feels about it. You can tell the difference between being like someone actually just wanted to say hi to you really fast versus some whoa. Got a lot to say all of a sudden. I hate lurkers.
Yeah.
I ban them. No, it's no, there's definitely like a difference between people who are being kind of weird about it and are
Yeah.
trying to like, hey, I'm gonna put my name in your mind before I go live type of thing. Yeah, so there was another question. I gotta scroll back a little bit. Apologies. Both favorite Final Fantasy X summon.
I like Shiva a lot.
I was gonna say Mama Shiva.
Yeah, Shiva's mommy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think my favorite Shiva is the FF7 Shiva. I really like that design. I think that's like, but there's something really powerful about FF10s as well. Also, Yojimbo.
I think it would be like just Mommy Shiva, and then probably Anima. Actually, I love the design. I love the design on Anima, and the story behind Anima too is really.
It is good. I feel like they could have had so much more with that too. Like, it's such an interesting idea.
Well, it's an optional summon, and it's like, I guess, you know. But I was like, this is my favorite. It's so edgy and cool.
Yeah, and until recently, it had never been in another Final Fantasy, but I'm not going to say what Final Fantasy it's shown up in. If you know, you know.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are probably my two favorite.
I should say the Magus sisters because I have 3 girls now, and someday I hope to have them dress as the Magus sisters.
Yeah, that'd be adorable.
I think I'll do the Final Fantasy IV variation of it. It seems like a lot of work to make the little bug armor. Yeah, but
no, and I definitely everyone, a lot of people in chat have said Yojimbo, and I also like Yojimbo. I just like the vision, and I love the idea of like, not only do I have to summon you, but I gotta pay you.
Yeah, right.
And it doesn't. Yeah. It's not like it matters too much, because in 10 specifically, you just get so loaded by the end of the game. So much money by the end of the game.
No, that's true. I think, well, I've never done like all of the hard stuff on FF10, like Penance, Nemesis, all that. When I play it next, I'm probably gonna incentivize that, but I'll probably use Yojimbo.
Hell yeah.
I'll probably do that just because I can't play a game too long. Like, I don't know if other people hit this limit, but sometimes I do get to a limit with streaming a game where I'm like, okay, I gotta stop. I need to finish this. Like, I need to move on. I need something new.
Yeah.
Which sucks, especially if it's a fun game and like you're enjoying it, but like I every time I get to the end, I'm like, I need to finish this now.
we gotta move on.
Yeah.
That actually is a good kind of lead into RoboHung's question, which was game you would never play on stream.
Resident Evil 2 remake.
Really? Why?
I get too scared.
Oh, spookiness.
Yeah, I really don't like how scary that game is. Also, I tried playing Resident Evil 2, the original, and also RE1, the original, on stream in like the past 2 years, and I was too scared. If I'm too scared of those, there's no way I could ever play Resident Evil 2 when it's like that. Like, I'm just so scared.
Yeah.
You'll come hold my hand. I don't know. My kids weren't scared of Resident Evil 1. They both, like, there's this picture of them. They saw, like, they walked in on me playing it and being scared. They heard me from their room being scared, and they were like, "What's wrong, Mama?" And I'm like, there's zombies in this game. And yeah, it was a whole thing. So yeah, I don't. Yeah. I said on my birthday back in June, I said if I hit 1,000 subs on this day, I will play it.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen, so I'm gonna take that as that's not happening.
Yeah. Game I would never stream, like COD. Like, I'm not a Call of Duty shooter man. I'm not that kind of streamer. It's just I'm willing to do Fortnite because I want to have like a community challenge like a community Sunday that I do where it's like, teach me how to play Fortnite, because
Fortnite's fun though too. Like, I didn't expect it. It was so much fun.
Yeah. Well, I've played like a good 30 minutes back in like season 2. Okay. So it was a million years ago, and so now I'm like, now the game is like way different, and I'm like, oh, okay, let's do it. Squad up, right? When we chasing those dubs.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Right after stream, 5 a.m, screaming, and my wife gets all pissed off.
Yeah, no, probably I would never play that any kind of shooter game. I'm not good at aiming.
Yeah.
Like, I'm playing Metal Gear Solid 2 right now, and that is hard for me to aim anything. But there's a lot of cutscenes in the game, so I get a little bit of a break every time.
You do get reprieve, no doubt.
Yeah. It's like, oh, it's an hour of a cutscene. We're good. I can just
like a movie.
let my blood pressure go down a little bit, and then or sometimes I just get scared and run through areas, and I get lucky.
I mean, you can do that.
Yeah.
You can do the same thing in Snake Eater and all of them. You can. Snake Eater. Love it. Snake Eater's amazing.
I'll get to it someday.
What else did we have? We had, where does earning money rank in your reasons for streaming?
Do you want to start or should I?
Up to you.
You can.
It tops, obviously. I'm only in it for the money. No. I think I said it earlier in stream. It is a hobby that's turned into something I really, really, really enjoy doing. I like making content. I think it's fun. And so if I can do something that's fun and I happen to earn money while I'm doing it, fuck yeah, you know? It was the same thing as when I hosted karaoke. I got to do something that I was doing pretty much every weekend anyway, and I got paid to do it. Sweet. You know? It was like, and that was it. It was just like, yeah, might as well go and do a thing and get paid to party. It sounds awesome, you know?
No.
So same thing with streaming. It's like, if I get 1,000 million subs, whatever, awesome.
Yeah.
Well, 1 million subs is like mind blowing, but like you know what I'm talking about. Like once we get like a bunch of subs or whatever, awesome. If I don't, okay, so be it.
So for me,
Yes, go ahead.
My opinion on this has kind of changed recently. Let me just re-summarize this because you just got a raid.
I did.
Yes. Hello. Welcome.
Hi, Raiders. T-Roy, I hope you. I know you're doing your Sonic thing. Thanks for coming in. This is B, and small pumpkin child.
Yeah, she's sleepy. So the question was, where does making money rank in streaming? Like, why you do this, right? So for me, like, I just lost my job, so this is my income.
Right.
But I do have the benefit of unemployment because it was a layoff. So unemployment's always going to be my main like source until I get another job. It's way too much stress to ever think that this job's gonna pay my bills or anything like that. I've never made enough for this to be enough to live off of, which really, it sucks. It sucks when you see that like creator split with Twitch.
Yes.
Because I probably could maybe live off of it, but even then I feel like it'd be borderline. Like there's just way too much that you have to spend money on as a parent.
Oh, sure.
And
yeah.
Daycare in itself is like very expensive. So for me, it's very low ranking, and I also think as a streamer, the money that you make direct from Twitch is never going to be a good main source of income. You're gonna want your sponsors, you're gonna want other revenues such as like YouTube, stuff like that.
Right. Multiple revenue streams.
Doing stuff like HelloFresh, like I did that sponsorship, which I was scared to do. I was very, like, I felt weird and icky about it, but like, it's actually a product that me and my husband have used for a while now. And so I was like, okay, well, I don't have a problem like doing this sponsorship. And everyone tried it out and was very supportive. And like, those are the only ways I feel like I could actually make money. I don't think, and I'm not saying other people don't make money off Twitch. I just don't think I can. I don't know. It's not for me.
Right. And what I've heard from other like big streamers too is they're like, it is so kind of an unreliable source.
It is. Yeah.
You know, you can
every month is different. Like last month was September. So it's like unfair to base that and then compare this month. Like this month I'm probably not going to make nearly as much.
Right. Yeah. No, it was the same thing. Yeah. As like September happened and then like
birthdays.
For some reason back in like April or May, like I just had like this huge month, and it was like, okay, cool. And then the next month was like kind of back to like the lower side of things. And again, I have a full-time job outside of this, so it doesn't really like it's helpful. It's awesome. I use it to like buy games for stream or sometimes upgrade equipment. You know, I used last month's payout to get a longer headphone cord.
Well, that's what a lot of this used to be for me, is that any extra income I made, I would invest into, you know, buying something to upgrade. And I think that's like a smart way of doing it. Obviously, I don't need to like upgrade things too often, or like buying a game or something like that. Like I remember my birthday last year was, oh, she's like grabbing my face and caressing it. Hello. Hi, honey. Oh. I had like, that was like my first time ever like making a lot of money, and I was like, wow, this is nice. But the next month was such a dip that like I was like, oh, never mind. I could never do this. It was really just because it was my birthday. Oh no. I might have to get her a bottle.
Okay. No worries.
But yeah, I think it's just, for me, this is my mom time, like my mom free time activity, and it gives me the ability to socialize with people and like do the thing I'm passionate for. And then the fact that I make money is just like a nice aside if it happens, you know?
Yeah. That's exactly how I feel about it. It's cool. I get to do it. It's cool. I have the opportunity and the privilege to do it. It's also cool that I get to make a little money on the side.
Yeah. And I think that's how most people, I think that if you ever come into this and you think, oh, I'm going to make money, that's where you're going to have a problem. I think you can't just assume this is going to turn into a job. You have to just kind of look into it. Yeah. And make sure that that is consistent luck in a lot of ways.
There is a bit of that for sure. A bit of like connections, and because like there's never a way to like guarantee a raid.
Yep.
I guess unless it's a raid train specifically, but
yeah.
Even then like
that's inconsistent.
Somebody might screw up and you know, read the schedule wrong or something.
Yeah.
What's we have most prized retro game.
Oh, most prized retro game here.
Do you mean prized as in like most expensive, or like most like near and dear to my heart? Because those might be two separate answers.
It's this.
That'd be a tough.
It's complete inbox of Chrono Trigger.
Chrono Trigger, that's amazing.
Look at my child looking at it. She's like, what is this? It's worth a lot of money, honey. Please don't never touch that.
Is it like and it's in box, everything?
It's in box, yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah. Also really amazing was how we got it, because we thought it was going to be a fake, and it ended up being real.
Oh, really?
And yeah, my husband found it on Facebook Marketplace.
Wow.
And so he was like, this is cheap enough that if it's fake, whatever.
Sure.
But if it's real, like, we're getting a really good deal. Because please don't go look up how much that's worth. It's only missing, I think, the map. There's like a map book that came with it. But yeah, Facebook Marketplace that's the only thing Facebook's good for. Oh my
Sometimes.
God,
yeah.
Hi, Kale.
Hi, Kale. Thank you for the raid, friend. The question we just got asked was most prized retro game. B showed her in box. Chrono Trigger, which is amazing. I have. It's in the closet over there. I don't need to go get it, but it's a black cover. Symphony of the Night PS1.
Oh, that is actually worth a decent bit of money.
Yeah,
just getting the disc is like $75 right now.
Yeah, not the green greatest hits one. It's like the original before it became the massive game that it is. And just on top of it, it's one of my favorite games of all time. So
I haven't beat it all the way through. I like got to the upside down part and
spoilers.
I know, good point. Good point. Okay.
Spoilers from a game from 1996 or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true, but like,
No,
yeah,
it's fine.
no, I stopped.
No, I get it.
It was overwhelming.
It's a lot.
Also, I'm not good at platforming. It's stressful.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. That's a good question. I have a couple other like random like games that are just kind of like hard to come by, like Castlevania Judgment.
Oh.
Yeah.
She is just staring at you because you're over on this screen.
Mhm.
She's looking at you like, who is that?
I'm just a foreign thing. Yeah,
Oh, see, I'm glad it's not just me, Rare.
No, the inverted castle gets really hard, and I remember my mind getting blown because I was like, oh, what? I get to just basically play it again? And then I was also blown away by the fact that they made an entire game that they could flip upside down and it was still a good game, you know?
Yeah. No, it's really good soundtrack too, but yeah.
I could go on. I could go on forever. Retro games are hard to come by. Like if you're not, like you said earlier, like if you're not a millionaire.
It's just hard to get into now because around the same time as the pandemic, like
people started collecting.
Yeah, and now they're even more boosted in price, and
yeah,
I see people who are trying, and I'm like, oh gosh, that's so expensive. Get an X station or something. An X station, it basically works as like a console, but you can upload a bunch of ROMs and stuff, so it runs like the PlayStation, but it's still an emulator.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, and I don't hate on anybody for emulating it because like they're like I think, and this is a total personal anecdote. I think Nintendo specifically, so stupid for not publishing their games because people would buy it.
Yep. Yeah.
I would play Ruby again. I'd play Pokemon Ruby again. But no, they're like, no.
No, a big thing is emulating is gonna help preserve some of the more obscure games that are gonna get lost to time, essentially.
No doubt.
So that's why I'll never be against it, because it's just like, especially for some like PC games, people don't even have the ability to like. Nobody has disk drives anymore.
No,
I haven't for a while anyway.
My computer doesn't have one, no.
Yeah. So you can't just go pop in Zoo Tycoon and play the game. Like, you kind of have to emulate it.
Yeah. I just want to play old Sierra games. I want to play Pitfall, you know?
Yep.
But I can't do that now. Can't do that.
Nope. No keyboard, honey. She wants a keyboard.
If anybody else has other questions, feel free to ask as many as you'd like.
Yeah,
we have time, and King's Quest fucking rules.
Actually, so I'm gonna be playing my favorite game very soon, like next weekend, and that is a point and click game, and I think it was Sierra. It's called
a lot of Sierra games, yeah.
I think it's called Phantasmagoria 2 Puzzle of the Flesh. I play it every Halloween season.
Oh.
And it's probably only going to be like 2 streams. I play through it pretty quickly, but it's literally the best time. It's so fun. Oh,
I mean, we're all like that was the first, some of the first games I ever played were point and click stuff.
Same, yeah.
Classic like Windows 98.
Oh, you just want to play with buttons. Maybe I should give you a controller.
There you go.
Yep, she's just looking at you again.
Listen. I like attention. I can't help
No, don't eat my hair. But yeah. No, if nobody else has any questions, was there any other questions you had that we didn't get to?
Let me take a look. Oh. Did anyone play cosmic geometry in school? Was that a fever dream I had?
While you decide on that, I'm gonna get her a bottle of BRB.
Oh, totally, yeah. Paperclip. Cosmic geometry. I had like mathletes. And I had I remember this game where you had to answer math questions fast enough to like put your car along. But I don't remember what that was called. There was, because that was specific to like, it was like, it had to be like minute math stuff. It was like one, like, you know, like 7 + 8. You had to be like, yeah, and you had to like try and do it fast enough. And if you screwed up, you couldn't answer. You know, yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. I was talking about like a math game where you had to like answer questions fast enough to like put your car along in a race. But I don't
Math Blasters?
Something like that. Is that what it was called?
I played Math Blasters in school. I recall that.
Yeah, and we're like, I'm 31. I mean,
I'm 33, so we're not far off.
I'm 22, kids. Anyway. Gotta be young to be a content creator.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
But I did feel old at TwitchCon. That was another thing. I felt much older. Maybe I'm hip, but like.
I thought you were cringe and
like,
free.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely cringe and free, but I'm also old. But then, you know, this, like, my side of Twitch, like, my general community is closer to my age, and I'm glad because I don't want to hang out with young people. They're fine. They're fine. But sometimes they're exhausting.
I don't know if there's a way to look up, like, your average of like, age of people who watch you.
That's actually a good question. I know you can look up, what is it? Under channel analytics, you can look up where people are from.
Right, you can do that.
Let's see here.
I'm a fairly.
Nope, doesn't say ages and stuff. Dang.
No, I think I know it shows you kind of where they're from, and I have a generally fairly even split between like US and Canada. Jamal 4, we love our Canadians around here. Except for like we did this whole we did like a good like 40 minutes on stream of just talking about like the different provinces and what everybody thinks of each of the different provinces. Because everyone like different people are like, yeah, nobody likes Saskatchewan or Alberta, you know. It was like, why? 'Cause I'm over here in Colorado, like, okay.
This actually reminds me, though, this is one of my social media engagement farming pet peeves, is when people are like, oh, any 30-plus-year-old gamers? I never have any friends that are gamers. And I'm like, my brother and whatever you are. What are you talking about? Most of the 30-plus people grew up on video games. We're literally the reason that video games are, like, popular.
Yeah.
It's because like we were gamers. Of course most of us are still gamers.
If they didn't take off, they wouldn't exist.
Yeah. I see it all the time. At least once a day somebody is like, where's all the 30-plus-year-old gamers? It's like, come on. Most people are. It's like probably more niche to find 40 plus or even like 50 plus, but they exist too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah.
No, there was a the one I hate is always just like the one that I can't stand generally. And I know there are people out there that probably mean it genuinely, but it's always the I'm looking for new people to raid.
Oh yeah, no. Well, especially when you're a big streamer, there's no way.
Right,
there's no way you're actually looking for new people.
No freaking way. And I want to believe you so bad.
Yeah.
And but it's like I just you're lying, and I don't like that.
No.
But
no,
great way
I
to get a
it.
bunch of comments and likes and stuff.
No, it is because everybody always wants to be rated. They want that.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't feel like it's something you can ask for.
No.
You know, like
you should, or at least you shouldn't.
and here's the thing: I definitely fell for engagement farming so many times.
Totally.
People are like, "Hey, I'm looking for some new this," and then what I started noticing is people were tagging me in those kinds of things, and then I started feeling bad because I was like, "Oh wow, like I'm constantly getting tagged in this stuff. What about all these other people who aren't?" And then I started getting tagged so much that I was like, this is so annoying. Why am I getting tagged so frequently in the exact same, like, thank you. I feel like a jerk being upset, but like, why is it this one exact person who is constantly like tagging me in this stuff with 70 other people? I'm not even kidding. There is somebody who does this. It will just be chains of ats of this is who you should check out. And I'm like, why doesn't this person just literally ask you? Because you just know all these people that you think you should recommend. Like,
and then you like, I feel this. I feel similarly. I do appreciate it. Do I think that person who they're commenting under is actually going to check out all these people? No way.
Maybe one or two. But I'm with Jackie. Anyone knows every streamer raids the same 5 people over and over again so they can comfortably raid and run. And I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I get in a zone where that's the case, and then other times I'm a little more exploratory. Like, you know, for me, when I stream until 7 a.m., I'm gonna say the picking isn't, there's not a lot of options. Like,
good 2 in the morning for me. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, like it's like it's hard to find people. And so like if you're thinking about streaming and you're trying to find a good time to go live, 7 a.m. PST, there's really not a lot of people out there. So that's my advice. Apparently. But then again, maybe there's not a lot of people out there to be watching either. I'm not sure the logistics on that.
I'm not waking up that early to watch anybody, so.
I was, actually. That's usually when I would get to my computer to start working.
But that, like, if you're actually working at that time, I think that's different.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
My school doesn't start until like 8:45, so I get to sleep in a touch. Well, sleep in, quote unquote.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know. I need you to live.
Okay, Aaron. I'll see you in about a half hour when I'm done. Or whenever we're done. Biggest raid ever. Go ahead.
Biggest raid ever.
Like we'll answer both, like raid you've gotten and raid you sent out, if you want to answer that part.
Biggest raid ever was 1,200. 1,200. But I actually think it was a host. So it was before raids existed. There was a streamer named Sereth, and he always did this thing called Final Fantasy month. And he played through all the Final Fantasies. Him and like 2 other people would do it. And he sent one my way that was that large. But yeah, he had to host because there was no raids back then. And I was new. And I remember just being like, hello? Me? Like, what? It was so weird. He didn't, it was never actually a month. It was just called Final Fantasy month. Now, background guy, aka BGG, carries that on. invited into that. He does it. It's called the Fiesta, the Final Fantasy Fiesta, because realistically, it takes probably like 3 or 4 months for them to do it.
If you're going through every one,
yeah,
and if you're streaming all of it, yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, and I think the biggest I've ever sent out was 420. It was to Nimbao.
Nice.
I remember it vividly because I was so proud that I rated for 420. Yeah.
Get some nices in chat, please.
Yes. Nope.
I'm gonna put those out there. Nice.
Yeah.
Biggest rate I ever got was also 1,200. From
Nice.
Saint Peach.
Ooh.
She was super kind, and it was a random day. I decided, I was like, I'm gonna take this random Tuesday off, and I'm just gonna stream in the middle of the day just cause why not? So I was playing Fallen Order, and I don't remember how many people I had in there before, because again, I don't have my viewer counts on, but I had like however many people in there before, and then all of a sudden I popped it on to see, and there were like 900 people in there, and I was like,
Oh.
whoa, my goodness gracious.
You know what's the weirdest thing about playing on console or streaming from console? It forces you to see your view count. I think that's the weirdest thing.
That's brutal.
Yeah. And then there's also this trend for a while of having your view count on there. Anyways, like there's like a widget.
There's that little, that thing, yeah.
I'm like, why would you want that?
I never wanted it. When Cam and I were streaming together, he wanted it, and I vetoed it. He's like, well, yeah, we could just like have it in the corner, and I'm like, no, I don't want it.
It's just the same as, and like, this is another one of those streamer tips, but I really do. You notice it when people have it on, and their mood changes. I was watching someone last night, and I know that they're like pushing for partner right now. Their chat was still really busy, but their viewer average was much lower than normal, and they seemed really, really down the whole time. And I just wanted to be like, listen, you cannot let that define you, because guess what? You get that partnership. Sometimes this is gonna happen like for months straight.
Yeah.
Like, and you can't, like, sometimes it just be like that. And I always like have this discussion with people about that whole situation. Like, when you push to partner, a community is generally going to rally behind you, right? And so once you achieve that, it's not that they don't care about you anymore. It's they usually move on to the next person to rally behind them. And it just keeps going. And I think that's really cool to see.
No doubt.
And there's no reason to get salty about it. Like, it's just, and some people don't even need that. Some people just automatically are there. But like, I think that's why that dip happens. It's the big thing I've observed.
Yeah, there's definitely, you definitely see it, because you see people saying partner push, and they'll have however many people, and it's like definitely over the threshold, and then they get the check, and then they're like back down to like 40, 50 or whatever, and you're like,
I see people who are partner pushing that have like a 7 average, and I'm like, why are you doing that? You're just asking for people to come in and troll you. Like,
unfortunately,
no, like I had a friend who had partner push in their title, and someone botted them. And even though they reported it to Twitch was like, well, I mean, you're just gonna have to wait again another month to apply, because we can't count this month because that happened. So it's like, I always tell people, I'm like, don't put partner push, just talk to your community. Like, you can say it, you can tweet it, you can, talk about it in your Discord, but when you put it in your title, you're putting a target on your back, or people are gonna come and be weird to you when you do that.
yeah, they might be a little weird on you.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen again. Yeah, it's kind of a tough spot to be in, I think, where you're like, no, I want to be. You're like, I'm trying to put it out there. But you definitely, and there are people that like I want to support too that are like close to it, and definitely people who have put it in their title or not close to it, and you're like, well, now I know what you're really in this for. It's just the numbers, and that feels weird. I think that feels weird. And the second part of the question, sorry, RoboHung, is I sent 6 from that same raid from St. Peach. I sent like 600 some odd people to Kitty Bar.
Yay. That's so exciting too.
Oh my gosh, it was so exciting.
Like for me, anytime that I get a big raid, I scroll to the very bottom, well, unless it's somebody's like birthday or a special event or like charity, but it's usually very bottom, and I'm like, all right, let's dunk this raid on someone. But you also have to be careful with people on that, and I think that's why they implemented those new raid rules too. Like, people haven't talked enough about that, other than, oh, well, that's rude because partners are gonna make it, you can't raid if it's like 1. You can set the parameters, but there are people who are smaller that like getting a raid of 50 plus is like super scary to them. So
yeah, I think there's
I get that.
Yeah, I think there's definitely two sides of that same coin.
Yeah.
Of like, they're like, if you're already a massive creator and then you're like, I don't accept raids less than 500 or whatever. Well, it's like, then whatever.
Then obviously you're a dick, but okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, whatever.
It's like good to know I'm not gonna raid you type thing.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, yeah, it can be like way overwhelming for somebody who is just there to stream for their friends, and like that's it. They're like not even like doing like a affiliate push or anything like that. So they're like, yeah, don't. So I'm like,
no, I've gotten at least 2 people affiliated by sending them a big raid after I got a big raid, which is a nice feeling.
Yeah, it's a good feeling.
Yeah, did Kitty lose her mind?
She lost her mind in the sense that she was just like, oh my gosh, I raided you with like 300 people once, and for you to like give back like that, she was just like, oh my god, that's amazing.
Oh.
And really like was kind of really sweet about it. And that's cool, because like at some point we've been in talks for her to show up on TravTalks. Just saying.
Ooh.
Just saying. But she's on the East Coast, so timing's a little harder for some on the East Coast. For some.
That makes sense.
Not everybody. For some. It's really nice to be able to spend the extra less someone else's way. Yes. Provided they're equipped to handle it. Yeah, because if there's, if they only have like just their friends in there and they have no mods or something, it can get a little wild or overwhelming or whatever it is.
Have you ever had a bad experience raiding somebody?
Yeah, yes. I can think of 2. One was with the Tank Bros. We were playing Super Mario 64, so we're like, all right, let's blind raid to somebody doing Mario 64, and they were doing like a modded Mario 64. It was really cool. They were actually super good at it. Like super good at Mario, but they typed in their chat, no mic, no face cam. I really don't respond to anything.
Oh, yeah.
And we were like, oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
I am really cautious about random raids now, because what has happened to me is a couple times I'll randomly raid someone playing the same game as me, and they will have follower only chat for like 10 minutes or something.
Mm.
And it ruins the raid because then, you know, who's going to actually wait around for 10 minutes? And like a lot of times I'll understand why people have that in place. Like one time I did it and I actually waited the full 10 minutes and then I was like, hey, like, sorry I didn't say anything, but like I was on a 10-minute limit. And they were like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, I totally forgot. We had some trolls, so I needed to put that on to stop it. And I'm so
Yeah.
sorry you had to wait. And I'm like, no, it's okay. But it's just awkward.
Oh, it's super awkward.
No, Jackie. My old raid used to be poop raid, and someone thought it was a hate raid, and I was so embarrassed. No. Oh.
Oh, that's brutal. Yeah.
Another one I saw was similar to that, where it was a small streamer that got raided by somebody big. They randomly picked them, and because they had never seen a raid before, and I think they played on console, they thought they were getting hate raided, and they banned everyone.
They banned everyone. What a power move.
Yeah.
You're never coming back here.
Yeah.
The other like bad, and it was again another blind raid, which is why I'm way more cautious. What I've done now is like I'll try and sneak into the channel kind of beforehand.
Yeah.
And like possibly feel it out, but it doesn't always work like that. We picked somebody who was trying to get affiliate, and they were just like, I don't know you. Why would you raid me? Like,
Aww.
I don't know who you are. Why would you bring your people here? And it was just like, all right, we'll leave.
Yeah, bye. Like, yeah. Never mind. Wow. It is really interesting to see, like...
Is that an over the garden wall emote? That is adorable.
Oh, that is good.
Sorry, I got distracted.
No, I've been wanting to watch that one with my kids. I heard it's really good. And I think
adorable.
You have actually, like... I'm pretty sure a conversation... I very vividly remember somebody telling me that I needed to watch that because I had expressed interest, and I don't know if it was you or not.
I mean, I have talked about it for sure.
Maybe. I don't know.
My partner watches it probably once or twice a month. She loves it. And by proxy, I also really like it. Let's see here. Or the bot doesn't allow emote spam with any more. Yeah. I've gotten timed out before from a raid, but that was because they had like just gotten hate raided like the day before. And so like when I do like raid out, like that's like all of them right there. Like it just shows up as like, they're like, no, not allowed.
On the topic of raiding, actually, one of the weirdest situations I also had was because a lot of my people are slurkers, they don't pop a raid message. So I will send big raids over and they will be quiet. And I have had some people go, wow, that's a really quiet raid for how big it is. I'm like, what? Please, it's like, do you see the time of day? Like, I mean, I know it's not the same time for everyone, but like, I've gotten that before, and it's just like, man, like, what happened to any raid being a good raid? Like, you should just be happy that people are raiding you. I don't know.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
I've
had that same issue, that similar issue before, where it's just like, I'm not like, not a big talkative community, and I'm like, dude, it's 3 a.m. like, and where are my tier 3 subs for this raid?
Yeah,
bro, you don't even have a tier 3 emote. What are you talking about?
I actually have raided into a community where like their community gifted me a tier 3 sub for like 4 months or something ridiculous.
What? Wow.
Yeah. I'm like, wow, this is a really welcoming community. What? So like, there's some wild, like, supportive communities out there. It's just, it's just a matter of like, I don't even know. Like, I don't know how it happens like that. But
Wow.
it's funny you joke about that because yeah, it has happened. And I'm like, wait, this isn't for 1 month. This is like a couple months.
Yeah.
Wow, thank you. All I did was raid.
I definitely got I got like a year-long sub to somebody one time when we were a part of Tank Bros. Yeah, they just did like 12 months to this person. And I don't even remember who it was, but
Whoa.
like they weren't somebody that we like watched or followed a lot. So I was like, okay, thanks for the emotes, I guess.
Don't read what A-Bomb said out loud because that's bait. That's bait.
So
You want us to read it.
I don't know if you know about my TikToks where I do streamer tips.
No, I haven't actually. I think what did I just follow you today?
Yeah. I do streamer tips like that.
I do still call him A-Bomb. I can't break habits. I call everybody their when they. I don't know. I still do.
I've been calling him A Bouquet. So.
Oh, I like that. Or no, but sometimes I'll call him Aaron. Sometimes I'll say aggressively okay gaming. I say all of the names. Do not refer to me by that name.
That's okay.
Also, I was never the B Marie 89. It was B Marie 89 when I started. I was the B Marie before I was EyesOnBee, and the reason I wanted to get the B out of there is because I thought it sounded like I felt like it was way too important when you refer to yourself as the.
Right, yeah.
But I had to because I did a name change and then the other name I had originally was taken.
Mm-hmm.
The Jackie Soar. The Super Trav. Actually, you could get rid of your underscore that way.
I don't.
Oh no! No! The crit couch! Oh no. The real Venus, no. It isn't. It just sounded, for me, it sounded like I was being too every single time. And also, people would call me the.
That's why I get super.
Yeah.
And I'm like, my name is right there.
Yeah. I didn't want to get called the. So that's not enough reason. I don't know. Because it's funny what people gravitate to. Like, it used to be Pixel Kimchi. Now it's Kimchi Raga. I thought Pixel Kimchi was the perfect name because if you don't know Kimchi, Kimchi is an amazing pixel artist. He's the one who was responsible for works of art such as Lulu Dumper and Shreka and all of 8-Bit D's emotes. So you can see like
some excellent emotes up in there.
Yeah. But everybody kept calling him Pixel, and he wanted to be referred to as Kimchi. So he changed his name to Kimchi Raga. So that way, Kimchi was the first one people went to. And I was like, people are going to call you Raga. Just wait. I know it. Just wait.
Yeah, I'm not about to change it to like Trav Super, right? You know? The Trav Super, though.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Aaron's always causing trouble, Sarah.
That's true.
We know this.
Ab?
Oh no, but we were yeah, that's what that streamer tips series is on my TikTok. It's just one of my personal favorites is we were talking about raids a second ago, and it was like, make sure you go into every stream and ask for their raid. Like, ask for a raid.
Oh, no.
It guarantees you 50, 60 raids per stream.
True.
And the phrase was, don't be a hater and ask for their raiders. And then I also like the, make sure anytime you post something, you DM them that you post something. DM everybody you know.
no, that gives me anxiety because I've met that person.
Oh, that's what I'm going for, the extreme version of that, and
Yeah,
unfortunately it exists.
it does exist. I do think though, when you get into this, you have to learn that stuff on your own. There have been people that I have tried to be like, yo, like one thing that I have happened very frequently is I encounter these people who have like found those generic streamer tips, and one of the things that they've been told is be active in people's discords. And so what they do is they join a lot of similar communities and then post the exact same message in every single Discord general chat. And
oh yeah,
we all talk. We notice that's happening. Like, you can't, and then to make it worse, they never respond. They never respond to those messages. Like every
it's too
single time,
many.
it'll be like, hey, how are you? I'm not feeling well or something. And then you'll be like, oh, hey, like, I hope you feel better. And like my community sometimes will be like, oh, wow, I'm so sorry. They never respond until they post a go live in
the self promote. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I can't remember if it was. I think it was Jade I was talking to, and she was saying like, I got rid of my self promote for that exact reason, and my Discord basically went dark for a while because like,
oh yeah, I don't think that would necessarily happen to me. It might just weed those people out, but I
think it does. Yeah.
I do like having the ability to see who is going live. I do have it set up in my Discord where like my bot just says who's live now. I don't know if it's correct though. It literally says only one person is live right now, and that seems pretty well. I guess it's late enough that maybe that's true.
Well, it might be, yeah.
But it says it in the list of names. I have it at the top that if you are live, you're a streamer, it will show you're live now. And that way, if anybody wants to, that catches their eye, it says you're streaming something you like. That's what people most commonly will gravitate to.
Right.
Now, when you have one of those like channels for people going live, I do know people will look at those, but it's not very often. And I found that out myself. Like I used to post my go lives in channels that I liked, but like, I don't know, it just feels like a lot of work for nothing. Like,
I feel like rarely, and this is totally a personal anecdote, is I feel like if you do it every single stream for every single time in a Discord specifically that you're not active in, no one's gonna pay attention.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, just like A-Bomb said, like,
Ooh.
I've had that happen to me too. But like, yeah, no, I've had that happen, and I've seen it happen where people take their go live section out and people leave, and it's like,
yeah,
man, do you not realize how much it's obvious that you just don't like what you were here for? Weird. It wasn't gonna work, but if that's the safety blanket you need, then okay, fine.
Yeah, right on. Perfect. Yeah, it is one of those things where I look at it and I go, well, I see why people have the self promote in there.
Yeah.
And I also see why it's like
well, if I don't have it though, I do have people that will just post it in general chat. That has happened a couple times. Yeah. There was this one guy who posted it in my general chat, and I just instantly deleted it. And it wasn't an accident. Like, I could tell. I had seen them do that to somebody else too. And I'm like, okay, yeah, no, fine.
See, Scuba gets it, right? Streamer tip: use Discord for free advertising and then move on.
I wish I knew where like people make these arbitrary like tips for streamers because it's never made sense to me.
I
Because they're
think
not good.
no, I think that's the point of the series is to like they're not
Oh,
good tips.
on
One
your
of my
end, it makes sense. On your end, because it is satire, it makes sense. No, but like there are people who do this
oh
and
yeah,
like get tons of engagement. It's like that is not a good. You have huge amounts of influence on like
mm-hmm.
creators that are new and old and whatever, and like if they see you getting all that engagement, they'll take it seriously.
Right.
Like I had a conversation with somebody and I didn't have any problem like going back with them on it, as they had said, you know, my community isn't parasocial. I brought this up earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Like my community isn't parasocial. I have X amount of viewers. It was like 150 average or something. And I
Mhm.
was like, I am sorry, that is literally not possible. This is not good, because there are people who want to educate their community on what parasocial relationships are, and that
Right.
you acting in this way makes it very, very hard for people who are trying to create barriers for privacy reasons. Because then, you know, it's like, oh, well, I'll go over here because she considers me a friend, and this one won't answer my DMs if I'm DMing her 50 times in the middle of the night. You know, like it's not healthy. And what you put into the space when you have that influence, you have to be so careful.
I try what the like again, the point is satire, and I definitely try and make it very obvious that it's satire. Look, I wear glasses that say booty on them. Like
Well, yeah. You're fine.
and I put
You
on
know
this
what I
voice specifically. You know, like that, like just to sound like a total asshole. You know, one of the tips is no boobs, make your own. You know, like
Oh my gosh.
and I think I don't know. I think they're funny. It's kind of a text of the self-help industry. Peddle something everyone wants generically. Yeah.
That's true.
Hello, Zion Park. Good to see you. Hello.
This has lasted way longer, by the way, than I thought it would. I thought she was going to be angry a very long time ago,
Mhm.
and she's actually sleeping pretty well, so this has helped. Somehow.
Lovely.
Somehow it's kept her chill and relaxed.
Well, that's a good thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it is.
Yes, it has gone on quite a while, and I do know that you have something going on later.
Yeah, 3 a.m. I'm a part of the spooky raid train.
Mhm.
I've been joining in these raid trains because, first of all, it's a great way to meet new people. I really, really like encourage people to like keep track of them. I had people like congratulating me. They're like, "Congrats on the raid train," and I was like, "You do realize that like literally anybody can join these, right?" Like.
Mhm.
Somebody reached out to me because I had posted the lunch table conversation. They're like, hey, like, you know, there's a great group of people I'm trying to get together to do this, and like if you want to use this chance to do a charity stream or anything like that, that's what people are doing.
Mhm.
I'm saving my charity stream for December. I'm
Mhm.
doing Remington Hearts, which I did last year.
Lovely.
So this is just kind of like, you know, it's just a nice way to meet new people.
Yeah.
And not have to randomly raid someone you don't know and then like not be able to talk for 10 minutes.
Right.
It's nice. It's nice.
There is something to be said for like it's a great way to meet new people, and like for the last one that you and I were a part of, like talk about
That was a good one.
talk about something that we're like both interested in, and
Yeah.
like I've had some of those people like come back and say what's up, and that's like I'm sure somebody could break it down and be like, it's just for marketing. That's all you're doing it for.
Yeah, no. I had a conversation with someone who clearly felt very left out by not being involved in them, and I get from the outside that they can kind of seem cliquey, but like
Yeah.
I think it's a really good opportunity, especially as a, you know, a larger creator, for me to like get a chance to meet and work with people who are smaller and then give
Mm-hmm.
them, you know, an opportunity as well. Like I don't want to be closed off to people, and I
No.
think this is just especially with that, like people were really pouring their hearts out in those streams.
Yes.
Like Rares, what like had me crying.
Mm-hmm.
Like it got very, very serious on so many of them. And I was sad. Like a lot of that was when I was at TwitchCon, so I missed like the tail end of that raid train. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it was really cool. I was like, mine was a little more like informational because I didn't ask me anything. I'm a therapist.
Mm-hmm.
So like people were like, what do you do when you don't like your therapist? I'm like, you fucking tell them.
I'd be afraid to do that.
I
never
get it.
considered.
And I get that. But we're also not mind readers, right?
True.
So like, and this is I feel like it's more often true with kids, because kids will be like, well, I'm forced to see you. I'm like, first of all, I literally would never force you to sit in my office.
What do you do then? Like, do you help them find someone else?
I've done what you can do multiple things. You can kind of address like, is there something that I'm doing that you don't like?
Mhm.
Or is it me personally? Because like some people just don't click. Right?
Mhm.
And so like and I get that, right? That's just a normal part of life. There's going to be kids or whoever that we just don't click. That's normal. So I can either help them find somebody new, or we can try and address, you know, a little more surface level things and then try and kind of move on. Or yeah, if it's something that I'm doing that they don't like, and sometimes it's more often that than it is like, I don't like this person.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't like how your reflections are. So like if you're like, yeah, I'm feeling really sad today, and I say like, yeah, what's got you so down? You know, they're like, I don't like that you like repeat what I say or whatever.
Oh.
And it's like, oh, I have to change my reflections with you. I have to change my encouragers or whatever. I was okay, cool. That's stuff I can fix. But I'm not a mind reader. I can't tell if you're like, I hate going to this guy's office unless it's super obvious, as like you sit down and I'm like, hey man, what's up? And you're like, fuck you.
Right. Yeah.
Which I've only gotten a couple of times, and that was when I was working in foster care. So
It's a hard field. Kids are wild. Kids are wild in like the best way too.
Oh yeah.
And that's I adore my kids. They're something else. Like I really it's hard for me because I want to have my kids on stream more, but I want them to understand like what that means. I don't want to exploit their image or anything like that. I see a lot of parents who are like really, really strict about sharing what their kids look like, and I also think that that's equally a little weird. Like
I've seen that before. Yeah.
I get being protective, but I think that it's okay to be like, hey, you know, like my baby's upset, I gotta hold her. I think it like
Right.
especially because for me, like that shows like, hey, I'm not just some streamer that plays video games. Like I'm a human.
Right.
And I don't think, and it's the same like Ruby being like, hey, I want a snack or I want water. Like I don't mind that, but I still try to like educate them once they're coherent enough to know and understand, like if you're approaching here, you're gonna be on that camera. That's why I pointed to the screen, and she was like, oh, never mind, because she didn't want to be seen.
Right.
And sometimes she's like, let me talk, you know, and if that's what she wants, that's good.
Yeah. I've seen the I don't know if you know who Matt Heafy is.
sounds familiar.
So he's the front man for a band named Trivium, but he also does he also Twitch streams.
Okay.
He's usually just like playing guitar, and every so often he'll play COD with his buddies or whatever. But he and every Instagram post or whatever, he always will cover his kids' faces with like an emoji. And I thought about that, and I went like, well, why? Like, they're babies. They're like pretty generic babies, like, you know, like. And but then I thought about it, and I went, oh well, he's probably like, if somebody happens to recognize my kid, they might use it to get to me.
Right.
And I you know, that protects my family and, you know, whatever.
I think when you're like bigger like that, that makes sense to me.
Totally.
I think some people kind of get a weirdly extreme about it. And I mean, to each their own. I can't tell anybody how to parent their kids. I mean, there's this one kid on TikTok that everybody like runs hell over her mother for how she like posts her doing TikTok dances and shit. I'll never do that. That's like, even if my kids were like, hey, I want to do that, I would be like, no, that's cringe, and not in the good way. That's actually really cringe.
Okay,
I don't care if it pays for you to go to college. I don't care for any of that. Like, no. And it's the same, like, there are Instagram influencers who clearly, like, they make money off of more kids. Babies get all the likes and stuff, but Instagram's dying. So
Instagram's weird.
It's very weird.
It's a weird one.
Influencer, like, I think there's like a happy medium, and I sometimes feel guilted by others who are parents who are like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna show her on stream. And I'm like, I respect that, but please do not be weird to me, because I'm okay with being like, hey, here's Rosie. Oops, she's a Furby now. Like,
one of my actually one of my questions was about like having kids on camera at all, and it was obviously because like I would like either sorry to lurk, but it was I would either like lurk in your channel, or I watched like a VOD or two to be like, I wonder, you know, what's kind of going on here, to get like more familiar with your content. And then then obviously like today you were just like, yeah, hey, look.
Yeah, no, I don't. If she's awake, like, I don't have any problem, because I mean, she's an extension of me, and
right.
I just think that, like, I'm not gonna ever, like, being a mom is ingrained in me, so I'm not gonna like shut that off. So. Yeah. But yeah, that's the situation. Some people do cover when they're foster and adoption. You have to cover. That's like a legal requirement.
It's I had to teach some foster parents about that. Because when I worked in foster care, some of these foster parents are brand new to the system, and you know, wanted to kind of show and tell, you know, like, oh, look, I'm a foster parent now. And it's like, can't quite do that.
No.
Because there is generally danger involved. If they're in foster care at all, that's generally why.
Well, that makes sense.
So it's a really sad situation there, Great Couch.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the.
Yes.
Yeah.
Instagram is dying though, and I just hope, like.
Do you think so?
Oh yeah, I feel no need to use Instagram.
I tagged you in all the latest stuff, but no, it's fine.
I have a personal Instagram that's the only one I really check. I made a stream one about a year and a half ago, and I haven't posted anything on it since I got partnered. I just it's just another thing to update, and I feel like I already have too much.
Yeah.
Which is another thing people do that you know you're told you need to have a TikTok, you need to have a YouTube, you need to do this, this, and this to grow, and it's like I didn't do any of that stuff until after. You don't have to do those things. They can help.
Sure.
And even Twitch is pushing it. Like Twitch is having webinars and stuff about like uploading your stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, you can upload. You can. There's like they'll like as soon as your VOD is published, it'll just go like right up on there.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. I actually don't have a YouTube because pass.
I mean it's
Hi Dark Vanguard, thank you for the raid.
People say like, oh, anytime Twitch makes an which is happening more frequently, everyone goes, I'm gonna leave and go to YouTube, and I'm like, what
happens
like,
every time?
Like that's gonna be easier? What?
Yeah.
You think it's any better? Like they have a million problems. Like I have a friend who just started uploading everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, I don't trust where Twitch is going, so I'm gonna upload all my stuff on YouTube. And then like the next day was like, oh, everything got copyright strikes, and I'm like, good luck monetizing. Like there you go.
Yeah, it's a weird one, and people have asked to put the TravTalks up on YouTube, but I'm like, I don't know, man.
I'm really bad at this, but I personally was trying to upload my podcast with Elle on there. I'm just so I have too much going on, and uploading stuff is such a pain in the butt to do. I commend anyone who edits their stuff like on their own, uploads it, streams, works a job, and like has kids, because I can't. Today I spent a bunch of time uploading stuff on TikTok, but I guarantee you I'm gonna go like 2 weeks before I post anything else because I forget. I just don't have time. Yeah, but I would honestly post these on YouTube. I think that's a really good place for podcasts. Even if there's nothing else that goes on there, this kind of thing is very beneficial, especially talking about streaming and stuff like that.
Yeah, multiple people have said so, and I just have to have somebody who's willing to cut stuff down. I literally don't have the bandwidth to do that kind of stuff.
You don't even have to do it with the podcast, though. That's the best part. You just literally
3 minutes.
Take the VOD. Yeah. Take the VOD, upload it.
I might. And then, yeah, Crick Couch. Sorry, the Insta's overall usage / revenue is going up, but it feels impossible to find any relevant gaming content on there. It is hard. Like it's like you try different things. Like they really push reels. They really push reels. Yeah. You know, they're kind of answer to TikTok, right?
And it's just like 2-week-old like trending TikToks.
I post my own TikToks as reels.
That's what a lot of people do. It's just like it shows up there 2 weeks later. Like it'll trend 2 weeks later, and then like 4 weeks later it'll trend over on Facebook. One of my
videos did that. It was one of my lower performing videos on TikTok. But on Instagram it just like took off, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow.
It was the weirdest thing, because I was like, but TikTok didn't like that one at all. Why did you like that? I mean, whatever. Thanks for the likes and whatnot, but jeez. 100% upload the full thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
People are very willing to listen to this kind of, like, this is the kind of thing that when I was working, I liked to put this on and listen to it. Just like listening to people talk and stuff like that. It's you'd be really surprised. I don't get like high engagement on my podcasts or anything. But the thing about YouTube is you don't get the instant gratification. It's sometimes later on that
Mm-hmm.
stuff pops off. So
Right.
you honestly might make an impact on someone, like if you upload this tomorrow in like 6 months. And I think that's cool.
Okay. Facts. I'll actually work on it. Fine.
Unless you really have like a personal beef with YouTube.
I have zero beef with YouTube.
Okay. But also don't like overextend your bandwidth either. Like, I mean, there's a really simple way.
If people are telling me to just to slap it up there, I will. I'll just slap it up there. Because I was kind of thinking like, oh, I should probably like kind of cut down like maybe some stuff that's not super relevant, or you know, I can, because I downloaded all the VODs, so
people will also skim if they need to.
True.
I that's how I watch YouTube. If something is like, oh, you know, I'm not feeling it, I'll skim a little bit forward.
Well, they're gonna have to skim through our break then.
Oh, yeah. See, like that's fine. And if you don't know, you can literally just go. So you go into your dashboard, and then under Creator Dashboard, there's a section that's Content, Video Producer. You click on your VOD. What is it? Export. And as long as it's connected to your YouTube, you can literally export it straight from Twitch onto YouTube if you're not going to edit it, which is what I've slowly been doing over time, and I know a lot of creators have started to do recently too.
Okay. Yeah, actually, perfect timing. Because I asked Hannah Blonde, I'm like, do you do a lot of editing to your stuff? And she was like, no. And I was like, oh. Well, now I just feel like a silly goose.
I mean, I was under the understanding that you had to, like, that's the only way to catch on. But I think for something like this, people are, because I used to just watch podcasts and stuff on YouTube. Like, I don't listen on Spotify. I don't listen on anything else. I will listen because I like sometimes being able to look at the screen and see the people who are talking and stuff.
Yeah, there's a connection to that, no doubt.
Yeah.
I'll just go back to the pond if I'm gonna be a silly goose. It is a little past 1. I do work tomorrow.
Oh. Oops.
No, you're fine. And I super enjoyed this conversation. And while I didn't necessarily ask a ton of the questions I had, which is fine, by the way, I enjoyed the conversation talking about like balance and different like aspects of content creation and like what you see as a female streamer and also a mom. Because one of my questions was about like, if like your kids show up on camera or something like that, do people are like, why are your kids on camera, or screaming at you like, oh, you're a bad parent, or you know, whatever.
Nobody's ever been like that. No.
And I was like, oh,
I feel like my community would dunk on anybody who would say that kind of thing. I do. Yeah.
Out of here.
Yeah. I feel like people would be like, shut up. Like, because most of my community is like late 20s, 30s, 40s. Like everybody's old. Everybody like doesn't. I think that would be such a young person thing to be like, ew, kids. I was worried TwitchCon was going to be like that, where people would be like, ew, kids. There was a little bit of it. People would be like, oh, it's a baby, let me get away. And I'm like, oh, good, thanks. It makes it a little bit easier for me to get around. But for the most part, everybody was like, oh, cute baby.
Push it through a stroller like, oh, no problem.
Yeah.
Must be so nice. Must be so nice.
No. I've never experienced that. And if I ever did, it just instant like, why are you here? Get out.
Yeah. I wanted to ask if you wanted to like whatever, it's a taboo or whatever, but I wanted to give you the chance to kind of self promo, throw your own thing out there if there was anything. Linktree, channel, whatever, if we could get a shout out, not a clip shout out.
No clip shout out. I'm about to go live in about 3 hours. Less than 3 hours. No, I'm gonna have to go live in probably about 2 hours for a raid train. I don't even know what I'm gonna be streaming. Probably FF14.
You said something spooky though.
Oh, so if I'm gonna play something spooky, it has to be Super Mario World.
Yeah, scary. Yeah, the Boo Castles.
That's actually a very scary game for me.
Yeah, the Boo Castles. I get it.
They are. And Chargin' Chuck, he's very scary too.
Well, American football is extremely violent.
Actually, that's a good point. That's why I never got through the game before. I was afraid of that guy. His little stompy noise. It gave me anxiety, so I was like, I'm not playing it. My husband revealed it also scared him a lot, so he couldn't play it at night when he was a kid.
That's
and I was like,
kind of adorable.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay. Well, now I don't feel alone. Okay, I get it.
One of my favorite games, Castlevania, actually scared me as a kid.
Yeah, I had Castlevania 4. My dad had it for the Super Nintendo.
Castlevania 4, that was the one.
And it scared the crap out of me because it was skeletons and platforming. But now I love skeletons. I'm just really bad at platforming.
Platforming is not easy by any means.
I don't really have much to self promo other than hi, I'm B. I just kind of hang out and play games, and I'm trying to get into just chatting more and hanging out with people.
Well, here we are.
So
you just did one for about 4 hours, so
that's true. I'm very anxious about just doing it on my own channel, though. I don't know why.
That is fair.
So
that is totally fair. Yes. Well, thank you again so much for being here. Definitely go to B's channel for exclusively horror content.
Yeah.
For those who were here in the chat, sharing your stories, talking about things, I really do appreciate it. No pun intended on my name. I really enjoy hearing people's thoughts, B's thoughts, and kind of sharing everybody's experiences with not only content creation, mental health, things that they have seen. Because we're all on, a lot of us are on streamer Twitter, and we see a lot of the same things, and we go, I think you and I have DM'd about multiple things.
We literally have. I am the person that people start. It takes a while for people to start noticing that I'm actually very outspoken about streamer Twitter and how I get annoyed by it. But once people catch on, that I'm usually the person in the comments being like, this is a really stupid take, and this is why, and it's really unhealthy. That's when we start to have that camaraderie of oh, you don't like that shit either. And I just really hope more people start to see through that. That's my goal is I don't think all of that stuff is bad. I don't think it's all negative. Some of the stuff is good info, but just to recognize what engagement farming is.
And
please recognize it.
It's when you've been looking at it for a while, you start to see the patterns. But if you're brand new to the game, and Ninbao and I talked about that specifically, being brand new to the game, you're gonna fall into all of those traps.
Yeah.
I personally fell into the follow for follow thing.
I did too, yeah.
Because I was oh, well, you gotta get the numbers up a little bit. The whole support for support thing.
Nope. Yeah, no, and those all drop off.
Super hard.
Really, yeah.
Yeah. I'll put this out there because it's my channel. I'm gonna self promote. Stop me.
Please.
All my socials are right there. I always post whenever I'm going live, whether it be just a Super Trav stream or a TravTalks. I have the entire rest of October booked out. So I have another one, I think next Wednesday, question mark? Yes. Yes. Nondescript. But yes, there's all those things right there. I still use my Instagram. I still kind of like it. And my and not to like be like, my, you know, but my my Instagram is growing, so you know, whatever.
Maybe it's not gonna die. I just feel like it's dying for what I used to use it for.
I think that's fair. I hardly ever use my own personal one anymore, so
Yeah.
like it's definitely just kind of a ad machine for all this.
Makes sense.
Whatever this is. whatever we're doing here. But again, I really appreciate everybody for showing up. I really do. It means a lot.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, and beat me to it. Thank you for coming on and sharing some of your thoughts and wisdom and all this stuff. It's so because I like hearing so many different perspectives on possibly the same thing, you know.
I'm also sorry that I go on tangents so often. That's literally, if you've watched my VODs, you should know I do that.
I followed you on every one of those tangents today.
So I do it. I just do it. Oops.
And
Sorry.
I'm not mad about it. I had a great time. I was like, yeah, no, we're going this direction today. So if you want, of course, if you want, feel free to use my raid emotes. Feel free to use your own raid emotes. I'm totally cool with whatever, as long as you let them know that Super Trav sent ya. And let's see who's oh, we should do
Oh, I wonder who's on the spooky raid train.
Oh yeah, that's a good call.
Let me see.
Yeah, take a look. See who's on right now. He put up with me last week, so he's used to the tangents. That's true. Crick Couch and I went on for a good long time.
Oh, and you might actually like, so let me just double check that he is live, but his name is Margu.
Sorry?
I see. It's here. Let me just double check. He's supposed to be the one who raids me. Okay, yes. He's playing Fatal Frame. Here it is. There you go. Yes, A-Bomb got it. That's cute, A-Bomb.
Did I spell it right? I did not spell it right. M-A-R-R-G.
His name is Matt. He's really cool. He does a lot of his own art. He plays a lot of RPGs.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very cool person.
Cool.
He's got a little
it's their birthday too?
Oh yeah, it is his birthday. I totally forgot. Oh my gosh.
Actually, let's do it. Perfect. Right after I skip through after I get this Taco Bell ad out of the way. But yes, once again, I appreciate everybody for coming in, sharing your stories, being respectful of everybody. It means a lot. And I know we got good communities. We got good people here. We got good people here. I can't even imagine people coming in and being rude about things.
No.
So let's do it. Pulling up that raid. M-A-R-R-G-Y. Found it. Oh, Clippy. Okay. Once again, everybody, thank you so much. Thank you, B. Thank you, Clippy.
No problem.
Follow all this stuff if you want to see other future episodes of TravTalks and also really stupid videos. I just got like 20,000 views on a specific TikTok, so you should probably go check that out. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's really stupid, and I thought of it in 2 seconds, and it's always those videos that do better. But again, thank you all so much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.